Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story? It's kinda crazy. But please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me. "You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?" "Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend." Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said, "I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school, so I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you." School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on? I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table. "You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting. Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut. Here's the money. Keep the change." What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. "Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends." "Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here. And I can't mingle with someone like you in public. You get it, right? See you at home, bestie." She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands, and I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for our party, I tore it up. "I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves." "Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you know I pay for your school, right?" Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. "Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been." It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. "Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something." "Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it." He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older, I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed, "Oh, Angelina!" When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush. "These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning." "How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?" "Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go." I had no choice but to do what she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me, and slowly all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it?" "You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right?" "Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that?" I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table. "This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this." "And why are you suddenly being nice to me?" I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you. Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow. When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless. I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid? What? This was all you guys? Duh! Just because some losers asked you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming. I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special. Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing. Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly, Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone. The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here? Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out. He shut the door on her face, and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne, seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now. But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me. Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference. What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends? Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be. Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again. The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it. Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she? Oh my God, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress. Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu? Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad. I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers. Oh, and you? Another waitress is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now. I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now. As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. With all the money I made, I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring? Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me? Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town? It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know. Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi, I'm Clover, and boy have I got a crazy story to share with you. But before I spill the beans, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my mom and I were constantly butting heads. She was a marine biologist and dreamt of making me some kind of scientist too. Unfortunately for her, I loved fashion, and the only person who got me was Mom's sister, Aunt Lydia. Aunt Lydia ran a small boutique in the city, and even though she didn't make much money, she was the happiest person I knew. She always encouraged me to pursue my interest in fashion, and even taught me to sew. Every day, I would skip school and run to my aunt's boutique to watch her work. And while I loved it, it didn't reflect well on my report card. You got a D in science again? You go to the best school, you have the best tutors, and you still disappoint me. When I was your age, I didn't even have a school in my area. I had to walk 10 kilometers, cross a desert, swim through a canal, and walk over 3 bridges to reach the nearest school. It was tough, but I was determined to make a life for myself. That's an exaggeration. You don't get in the middle of this. You're ruining my daughter's life, just like you ruined yours. You're jealous I'm happier than you'll ever be. If by happy you mean as poor as a street rat, then congratulations, you take the cake. Mom and Aunt Lydia fought a lot that night, and the next day, Aunt Lydia told me she was moving to another town. Are you leaving because of Mom? No, sweetie. I'm leaving because I want to explore new opportunities. Then take me with you. I hate going to school anyway. You will finish your school and then follow your dreams. Now, I have something to keep you company while I'm gone. Aunt Lydia handed me the keys to her boutique and the cutest Pomeranian puppy I'd ever seen in my life, Bonnie, and she became my best friend. Of course, I missed my aunt, but with Bonnie by my side, I felt less lonely. She followed me everywhere, and to my mom's horror, even slept in my bed. Even my friends adored Bonnie, and they gave me the idea to start a vlog based on her. I posted a bunch of videos with Bonnie, but what really picked up was when I started posting videos of us dressed in coordinated outfits that I designed. By the time I was 17, my vlog with Bonnie got really popular, and people even started reaching out for custom orders. I had my aunt's old sewing machine, so I started taking orders online and finally had my own business. Life was good, but Mom still thought I was wasting my time. Not that I cared. I was busy making my dreams come true. Then one evening, I was out walking with Bonnie when I noticed a cute ribbon shop. I was checking it out when suddenly Bonnie started growling. I turned around and saw this girl staring in her face. I knew it was you. You're the girl who dresses up like her dog on her vlog. Excuse me? Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant that as a compliment. I'm a big fan. Her name was Daisy, and she told me she was new to the neighborhood. We talked for a while before I noticed that it was late, so I left. The next morning, I had one of my big arguments with Mom, so I was in a really sour mood. And as soon as I walked into my class, I saw Daisy sitting at the back. She saw me too and slid into the seat next to mine. And we meet again. It's like we're destined to be friends. Anyway, we couldn't talk properly yesterday. You see, I had this really bad toothache. I was a kid when I slipped on a mop and broke my front tooth, and it just never got better. You want to see? That's, interesting. But I really need to focus on this class, Daisy. But why do you need to study? You're so famous and talented. Studies are for losers. You know what? We should totally hang out after school, and I'll show you this cool place. This rock is shaped like a weird tarantula. It's, oh my god, just stop talking. You're giving me a migraine. What part of I need to focus house. Do you not understand? I'd been a bit louder than I thought, and the whole class fell silent while Daisy looked really hurt. I wanted to apologize immediately, but before I could, the teacher asked me to leave for disrupting the lesson. Later that day, I saw Daisy sitting in the cafeteria alone and walked up to her. Can we talk? No, I need to focus on this spoon so I can bend it with my mind. I'm sorry. I had a really bad argument with my mom and took it out on you. It's just that my mom doesn't get me. She just wants me to do whatever she's saying without thinking about what I want. I get it. Parents can be so weird sometimes. My dad's a lawyer and wants me to be just like him, but I want to be a stand-up comic. Do you want to hear a joke? Why does an ant never get sick? Because it has antibodies. Oh, one more? Why does the ant never smell bad? Because it wears deodorant. Get it? Get it? It's hilarious, right? I couldn't help laughing. And after that, we ended up spending the whole day together. Daisy was nuts, but she really appreciated my work and had all these amazing ideas for my business. I won't lie, it felt good to be taken seriously. Soon, Daisy started helping me with my videos, and she hung out at my house all the time. I enjoyed her company, but for some reason, Bonnie just couldn't warm up to her. Once, we were shooting in my living room one day when suddenly Bonnie charged at Daisy and grabbed her pants. Daisy lost her mind and jumped in panic. They went round and round in circles before Daisy tripped and fell into this huge shelf full of Mom's medals and trophies, and everything came crashing down. Mom heard the noise and came running. Oh my God, what have you done? I worked 850 hours every week to earn these. Oh wow, you did all that and they only gave you this junk? That's sad. Who is this stupid girl and why is she in my house? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Daisy, Clover's best friend, and you must be her grandma, right? Listen, Grandma, I know you're very hurt that we broke these ugly old trophies, but in my defense, I was being chased by this cute but very ferocious dog, and I just happened to bump into this shelf. Daisy, she's my mom. Oh, so you're the dragon lady? She doesn't mean that, Mom. We're really sorry for breaking your stuff, but it was a genuine mistake. I'm getting tired of your genuine mistakes, Clover. Now clear this mess up, and I never want to see this girl in my house again. Am I clear? After that day, Daisy was banned from my house, which made me so mad. It's not like that was gonna stop me from hanging out with her. Soon, it was time to fill out my college applications. I wanted to apply for a design school, but Mom was on my tail to apply for a science program, and we were arguing every day. So one night, when Daisy invited me to hang out with her at this new amusement park, I decided to go because I could really use some fun. But 10 minutes into it, I got a frantic call from Mom saying that someone had broken into our home. I immediately took a cab back home and found Mom standing on the porch with Bonnie. Are you okay? We're fine. Thanks to Bonnie. I was getting dinner ready when she started barking. And then I saw this guy jumping off the backyard fence, so I called the police. I kept screaming for you, but you weren't in your room. Where were you? I was hanging out with Daisy, but that's not important. Really. Just like it's not important to tell your mom that you applied for a design school? I got your acceptance letter in the mail today. I got accepted? Why didn't you tell me? Because you're not going. You will go to a science college like I did. Now, I've already spoken to the dean of Harvard, and he's ready to slide a few grades if you do well in your first year in college. But I want to go to design school. I'm good at this. Even Daisy. Do you think I care what Daisy says? Also, you should stay away from her. A lady in the neighborhood was telling me she'd heard Daisy's dad is known to be involved in some shady business deals. She's a bad influence on you. Of course you don't approve of Daisy. How could you approve of anyone who makes me happy? First Aunt Lydia, now Daisy? That's not fair, Clover. Yes, it is. Just like it's fair enough to choose my own career path. I want to study design, so that's what I'll do. Saying that, I grabbed Bonnie's leash and walked outside. I kept walking till I cooled down, and when I stopped, I realized I was in some unknown street. I was trying to figure out my way back when suddenly this car stopped out of nowhere, pushed me away, grabbed Bonnie, and left. I ran after the car, screaming for help. When I turned a corner, it banged right into something, and I fell and passed out. When I woke up, I was in my room with Mom and Daisy staring in my face. What happened? What is Daisy doing here? She's the one who found you passed out in front of your school. What were you doing there? My school? But I remember being out on a walk with Bonnie, and then we got lost. Oh my God, Bonnie! Someone kidnapped her! I have to find her! You'll have to rest. You're in shock. And as for Bonnie, I'll talk to my dad. I told you he's a lawyer, right? He has friends in the police department who can help. Daisy spoke to her dad, and we filed an official complaint. But a whole week went by, and we got no leads. I even reached out to my older clients and posted on my vlog, but that didn't work either. I was running out of time and patience, so I decided to speak to Daisy if she could ask her dad to fast-track the case. But when I called her, she didn't answer her phone. So I went to her place when I saw a huge truck parked outside, and people were moving furniture from inside the house. I got closer, trying to figure out what was happening, when I heard a low growling. I looked around and figured that the noise was coming from one of the crates covered with a huge cloth. I lifted the cloth, and inside was Bonnie and a few other dogs that looked just like her. Bonnie saw me and started barking, and then someone sprayed something in my face. Suddenly, my head started spinning, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the basement, tied to a pole, with Daisy sitting in front of me. Oh my God, what's happening, Daisy? Why am I here? Let me go.
You talk so much. You're giving me a migraine. Blah, blah, blah. That's what you told me in class that day, remember? I wanted to punch your face, but I couldn't because I needed you to get close to Bonnie.
But why? That's when Daisy told me how a couple of months back, her dad made a couple of bad investments and lost all their family money.
They lost our house, status, everything. Dad took this huge loan from a crazy mafia lady to start a new business, but that didn't work either. I guess he's just stupid. Anyway, now this mafia lady wants her money back, but obviously, we don't have any. So she gave us this crazy challenge to get her all these Pomeranian puppies. Apparently, these lay bags are worth a lot. Also, they're super rare.
But what does this mafia lady want these dogs for?
Make a code or something? Or she's just obsessed with puppies? How the heck am I supposed to know? We managed to get a few of them, but when I saw Bonnie on your vlog, I just knew I had to add her to the collection. So I came here, fooled you into being my friend, and waited for the right time to take Bonnie. Would have gotten to her way sooner, but this stupid dog almost bit my dad. He had to jump off the fence and he broke his knee. He's been limping ever since.
So it was your dad who broke into my house that night. How could I have been so blind to have trusted a snake like you?
No clue. Guess you're as stupid as my dad. Told you I'm funny.
That's not funny. I turned around and saw Mom standing in the doorway along with Bonnie and a few policemen. I always knew you were trouble. Daisy growled at my mom before the police handcuffed her and dragged her away. As Mom untied me, Bonnie jumped in my lap and started licking my face. How did you find me, Mom? After Bonnie's kidnapping, I got paranoid and installed this tracking app on your phone. What? Relax. I didn't see you in your room, so I thought you might be at Daisy's. I'm so sorry, Mom. I should have taken your advice and never trusted her blindly. The truth is, you trusted Daisy because she showed faith in you, which I never did, and I'm really sorry. I've decided I'm sending you to Lydia next month. Her business is growing and she could use an extra hand. Really? I love you, Mom. You're the best. Hi, I'm Lizzie from Chicago. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I grew up with 2 loving parents and an amazing sister, Patty. She was 2 years older than me, but she was my best friend, and I stuck to her like glue. Once when I was 7, I just bought popsicles from an ice cream truck when suddenly a tall boy blocked my way and knocked them out of my hand.
Hey, what'd you do that for, jerk?
I just felt like it. What you gonna do? Go cry to your mommy?
She doesn't need to, because she has me.
And with that, Patty tackled the boy to the ground. She grabbed one of the dirty popsicles and rubbed it all over his face. The boy pushed her off and shouted, "Crazy psycho," before he ran away. Patty was awesome. Life was good until the 5th grade when everything changed. Patty had climbed onto the roof one day and she ended up having a terrible fall. My parents rushed her to the hospital, but a few hours later, we found out that she'd gone into a coma. We were completely devastated. I missed Patty like crazy. And to make things worse, my parents became super protective about me from that moment. Every time I got the slightest injury, Mom freaked out. "Oh my God, my baby! She's bleeding!" "Mom, it's just a paper cut. I'm fine." But Mom rushed me off to the clinic like I'd cut my hand off. Even the doctors there were soon sick of her. And things kept getting crazier. Once when I was 14, I had to beg my parents to let me go on a school trip to an amusement park. They finally agreed, and I was so excited. But just as I was climbing onto the roller coaster, my teacher came flying and pulled me away. Oh no, your parents made me sign an agreement that I wouldn't let you go on any ride. What? I just sat on the bench like a moron the whole day while everyone else had crazy fun. This was so unfair, and I was so mad when I got home. Guys, you have to stop. You're sucking all the fun out of my life. We're only looking out for you. Why don't you understand? I do understand. Mom, Dad, I really miss Patty too, and I wish she'd never been hurt, but you can't always stop bad things from happening. Well, we're sure as heck gonna try. Ugh, they were impossible. A friend had a slumber party at her place one night, and I knew my parents would never let me stay over. So once they were asleep, I climbed out the window. I'd be back before they woke up. I was having an amazing time with my friends when suddenly we heard loud screams from downstairs, and to my horror, I saw my mom attacking Lizzie's mom and yelling, "Where's my daughter? I know you're holding her here. I can track her phone location. Tell me, right now." Oh my God! Mom, are you insane? I can't take this anymore. Just then, Dad came running in, looking pale as a ghost. I just got a phone call from the hospital. Patty is awake. We forgot everything and rushed to the hospital, and we found Patty sitting up in bed, smiling at us. It was unbelievable. Luckily, Patty's head injury hadn't affected her memory, but it took her a month of physical therapy just to be able to walk again. When she finally came home, we had her room all newly decorated for her, and I hugged her tight. Patty, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Lizzie. Patty was now 16, but her mind still seems like that of a 12-year-old. I felt like the older sister now, and it felt a bit strange talking to someone who had no idea what had happened in the past 4 years. Oh, any new songs by One Direction? Oh, no, Patty, they broke up soon after your accident. Oh, I see. How about we make a YouTube video of how to make slime? No one really does that anymore. She looked a bit bummed out, so I introduced her to other things I knew she'd love. There's TikTok, My Story Animated, and now everybody goes in pajamas everywhere. Patty looked fascinated, and we stayed up all night while I got her up to speed. A few weeks later, Patty started school again, but she had to go back to 7th grade, while I was already in 9th grade. I could tell she was struggling with studies, so I would help her out during breaks in school. One day, I found Dad standing in the driveway next to his car, which had a large dent on the side and the headlights were smashed. What happened to your car, Dad? Oh, you're asking me? Well, let me remind you. You took my car out last night, hid it somewhere, and brought it back like this. What? Are you crazy? I didn't do that. The neighbors said they saw you driving off with it last night, so stop lying. I can't believe you'd be such a reckless maniac. No pocket money for 3 months, and I'm never allowing you to drive. I didn't do it, I swear. Dad just walked off into the house without hearing another word. The only thing that cheered me up was I was meeting my boyfriend Jonathan later that evening. We'd been going out for a month, and of course, I hadn't told my parents. That evening, while they were busy watching TV with Patty, I slipped out quietly and waited for Jonathan at our meeting spot. But when he didn't turn up after half an hour, I called him. What do you want? Where are you? I'm waiting for you at our spot. Oh, do you have amnesia now? You broke up with me over text yesterday, remember? And with that, he hung up. What the heck was he talking about? When I looked at the messages I'd sent, I was shocked. Jonathan, what was between us was nice, but I'm kind of bored of you now, so let's call it quits. Okay, thanks, bye. Gosh, was I losing my mind? I didn't remember sending this message. Oh, this seems like something Mom would do. I ran home to confront her. Where are you coming from, Lizzie? Oh, I went to meet my boyfriend. Yeah, don't look so shocked. Mom, you already know about him. After all, you're the one who broke up with him from my phone. What rubbish. I didn't know anything about a boyfriend before, but thanks for telling me now, you're grounded. Just then, I saw Patty behind my parents, and she had an evil smile on her face. Oh my God. Patty, you did all this, didn't you? Wrecked Dad's car? Stole my phone? It's you! My poor Patty has barely learned to walk again, and you're saying she took my car?
You're awful for trying to blame things on your sister, Lizzie. Don't you dare say another word about Patty. Maybe you're just jealous she's been getting more attention since she's come back to us.
I couldn't believe they had just said that.
I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. She completely denied it when I confronted her, saying I was crazy and paranoid. But she kept messing with me, putting salt instead of sugar in my coffee, breaking my things, cutting up my clothes. I never knew what she'd do next. But I was in for a major shock when I saw her kissing someone in the school corridor the next day. My ex-boyfriend, Jonathan. I marched up to her and pulled her away. What do you think you're doing? Kissing my boyfriend. Why? Are you jealous?
Are you out of your mind? Jonathan, since when have you been dating my sister?
Not that it's any of your business, but it just happened. I like how mature she is for her age.
Of course she's mature. She's 2 years older than you. She's a 16-year-old dummy witch in 7th grade. Suddenly, Patty leapt forward and attacked me. I pushed her off me and her head hit the wall. Oh my God, Patty, are you okay?
Oh, my head. I feel dizzy.
As Jonathan quickly carried her away to the school nurse, she turned around and grinned at me.
And all hell broke loose when the principal called my parents to take Patty home, and they found out I'd pushed her.
Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to. She attacked me first, and she's fine. I'm telling you, she's lying.
That's enough. I can't believe you'd hurt your sister after everything she's been through. After everything we've been through. I don't know what we'll do with you, Lizzie. We can't even trust you to be around her anymore.
My parents left, and I looked back at Patty lying in bed, smiling at me like a witch. I no longer recognized her as the sister I dearly loved. It's better for you to give up and understand that I'm in control here. No matter what you say or do, no one will believe you. Patty was right. I decided I had no choice now but to just leave. I packed a bag, took my savings, and ran from home that night. I crashed at a friend's place, but the next day she said if I was staying any longer, I had to go sleep in the garage.
But why? You have plenty of rooms.
Yes, but I was just talking to Patty, and she said you have a fungus on your feet, and it's contagious.
What?
Why are you talking to Patty? We're really good friends, actually. She's pretty cool. She's a big fat liar. I'll just show you my feet. But she just shrieked and ran out of the room. Ugh. I packed my stuff and left angrily. I moved on to stay with another friend, but it turned out she was also friends with Patty. And that's how I went from friend to friend, only to realize that Patty knew everyone I knew in the city. So I decided I would just travel out of town. I bought a one-way ticket and got on the bus. I was so tired from the last few days that I just fell asleep. God knows for how many hours. Finally, the bus conductor woke me up, and I sat up in a panic. Where am I?
You actually just came to Chicago.
What? Did I just make a complete detour to the same place? I'd failed to even run away from this stupid city. When I got off the bus, I started walking around in the pouring rain when suddenly I spotted Patty standing on the other side of the road, just as shocked to see me.
Why are you still in Chicago? I thought I made you leave.
My life is none of your business, so stay away from me. She started walking over to me, yelling,
Making your life miserable is my business because you stole my life and I don't have an ounce of guilt.
What? What are you talking about?
You really don't remember? That day 4 years ago when our parents were away and we were playing and you threw the ball on the roof. You started climbing up to get it and I told you to stop. But you didn't listen to me, so I climbed after you. And that's when I fell.
I started to cry hard. Maybe the shock of Patty's fall had made me forget all these details, but now I remembered. Patty, I was just a kid. I didn't mean for you to fall.
Patty looked even angrier as she walked closer. I don't care what you meant. Because of you, I lost 4 years of my life. And during this time, you grew and studied and made friends and a boyfriend. And what about me? I just can't seem to catch up, and I just want you to go away.
As Patty screamed, I suddenly saw a bus was traveling fast in her direction. Patty, watch out! Without another thought, I ran towards her and pushed her to the sidewalk. My head hit the pavement and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the hospital. My parents hugged me tight and said I'd woken up after 2 days.
We're so sorry we didn't believe you and caused you so much pain, honey. Turns out after my accident, Patty broke down in front of my parents and confessed everything she'd done. Together, they decided to get her psychiatric treatment to help her get better. Just then, they left the room and Patty walked in. I'm so glad you're okay, Lizzie. All this time, I've been blaming you and hating you for an accident, and you risked your life to save me. How could I have been so horrible? Please say you'll forgive me. Of course I forgive you. You've always been the person I love the most in the world. I would do anything for you. I'm so sorry for what you lost, and you're back with us now. You can have anything and do anything you want, Patty, and I will always be by your side.
I can't believe I agreed to do this. Oh, come on. Don't be a coward. We're going into the school now, get to the printing room, steal the semester's exams, and leave. It's that simple. And you're sure you hacked the school system, and the surveillance system is definitely off. And yes, everything is off. The cameras, the internet connection, the electricity, everything. Now let's go. We climbed the main gate and got into the school building. It was pretty dark, and honestly, I was terrified. But I couldn't say anything to Michelle. She was my sister, and as a cheerleader, she was gorgeous. But she was so weak-hearted. Everything was going according to plan. We got into the printing room, found the exams in the first drawer, did our happy dance, and were just about to leave when we heard a voice behind us. Well, look who is here. Is she who I think she is? I think she is who you think she is. This girl knew everyone's secret in the school. The girl who knew my secret. She could expose me in front of Michelle. We both turned around, forcing a smile. Layla, Emily. She shut the door, dragged a chair, and sat on it like a queen. I didn't expect any guests tonight. You stay here every night? Oh no, only on the weekends. What do? Communicate with ghosts? I could see the anger on her face. She stood up and took a deep breath. She's joking! You know her. Don't take anything she says seriously. Her face lit up and she batted her eyelashes at me. I will forgive her only for you. You sweet, sweet girl. She came up to me, put her hands on my face, and kissed me. Oh, I've waited for months for this moment. Oh, 1 second. I should write this in my diary. She took out a notebook from her bag and started writing. She was humming a familiar tune. Suddenly, Michelle started screaming and calling for help, but I was sure no one was going to hear us. The room had no windows, and the school was practically in the middle of nowhere. And now there was no signal, no internet connection, no electricity, all thanks to me. Layla didn't move and kept calmly writing in her diary. When she was done, she brought another chair. Come, Emily, come, sit next to me. If you ever leave your place, I swear I'm gonna... I got up and sat next to Layla. Then she took out some snacks from her bag and shared them with me. We're not going to share anything with Michelle. She's a bad girl. I nodded my head in agreement. I had to figure a way to leave this place. So I said, I need to go to the bathroom. Babe, you can go. You don't need my permission. I didn't even lock the door. Did you see me doing it? Michelle and I both stared at each other and quickly ran to the door. We tried to open it, but it didn't budge. We pushed against it, kicked it, and tried everything, but nothing worked. Why are you doing this? Being the principal's daughter doesn't give you any authority to sneak into the school and spend nights here or trap us here. Actually, being the principal's daughter means that the school is my kingdom, you moron. Calm down, please. Just ignore her. Can you please open the door for me? Babe, I told you, I didn't lock it, I swear. But don't worry, I have a solution. She took out a bottle of juice, drank it all at once, and handed it to me. Here, take this. You can do it behind the closet. I'm not going to sneak up on you, I promise. Oh God, this girl was crazy. I said it was fine and that I could wait. Michelle sat on the floor and held her head in her hands. I'm hungry. Give me some food, Layla. Say please. You wish. Stop it, Michelle. Just say it. Please. Give me some food. Please. 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 Happy now? She gave her food and she started eating like a hungry monster. Layla looked away disgusted. I tried to reason with her. I really appreciate that you like me, although I'm not as good looking as Michelle. Oh no. I'm sapiosexual. I find intelligence so attractive. Yes, I do think you're so smart too. And I believe a smart girl like you knows that she should open the door now and let us go. She got up looking furious and said, "Oh my god! I said I didn't lock it! Are you stupid or blind?" Immediately, I tried to calm her down and tell her she was right, but she whispered in my ears, "I know your little secret." Then she pushed me to where Michelle was sitting. "I don't like stupid people. Go sit next to your stupid sister, you stupid creature. Can't believe they say you're a genius." Michelle got really angry and said, "Oh yeah? Why should we obey you now? You're stuck here just like us. So shut up or else." Layla looked terrified and started crying annoyingly. She stood up and started kicking and pushing the door. "I swear I'm gonna tell Daddy when I am out of here." I was about to tell her to not even bother opening the door when suddenly the door flew open. Michelle and I ran to the door, pushed Layla out of the way, and went straight to the main door. It was locked. We checked the classroom's doors, and they were all locked. The bathrooms, the teacher's room, the principal's office, everything was locked. We were stuck in the hallway. Michelle started screaming again. The echo was the only reply. Michelle ran to Layla, screaming, "If you don't open the doors, Layla, I'm gonna..." I ran after her and managed to stop her from attacking Layla. She collapsed on the floor and started crying. "I'm sorry. I locked all the doors when the power was out. I was afraid someone was going to hurt me. I locked them and threw the keys under the doors into the empty rooms." "So, you chose to lock the doors and trap yourself instead of running away, you airhead?" I stood between the two of them. I didn't know what to do. I even felt sorry for her. I don't know why, but she seemed lost and helpless at that moment. I looked at her when I noticed it. The picture above her. It wasn't there when we first entered to get the exams. This was my school, and I was sure this picture was never there. I asked Michelle if she saw it before, and she said no and told me to leave her alone. I took a close look at that picture. It was the principal. He looked younger, holding a gold cup, and the number 1993 was engraved at the bottom. "Layla, did you hang that picture?" Layla stopped crying and fell silent. I told her to speak, but she didn't reply. I ran to the printing room and looked for her bag. I took out her notebook and started reading. "Oh my god!" "Put it away, Emily." I was shocked and speechless. What's going on?" Michelle stood there silent. "Let's talk." "There is nothing to talk about, Em. Now the three of us are stuck here, and there is nothing we can do about it." "Okay. Bring Layla, and let's sit here in this room and stick together." The two of them joined me, and the three of us sat there in complete silence. Layla took some more food out of her bag, and when she was about to take her first bite, she fell asleep. "You like her? She wrote that in her notebook. You used to go to her house and sing under her window? Is that the same song she was humming? Oh my god, who are you? Why didn't you even tell me that you were into girls?" "Tell you what, that I loved her from the bottom of my heart, and she kept rejecting me because she was so into my sister? Yeah, that must have been hard." "So, you do have feelings? Sing to her? To her? Girl, she's crazy!" "Oh, stop it. I like tough girls. Whatever, I'm going to sleep." Such a crazy girl. I also felt sleepy. I leaned to the wall and closed my eyes. Why did she hang that picture there? I was a light sleeper. I woke up in the middle of the night when I heard some noise. I saw her looking through the drawers. "What are you doing, Layla?" She froze. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted something to read." I got up, headed to her, and snatched the paper from her. I almost passed out when I saw what was written on the paper. The number 1993 was written all over the paper. I yelled at her and demanded to know what was going on. But Layla said, "Honey, I know your secret. I'm the one who should be yelling at you right now. So shut up or I'm going to tell Michelle everything and I'm sure she will finish you off in a flash." I gulped. This girl was evil. I can't believe I felt sorry for her just hours ago. She got back to her place and fell asleep holding her bag tightly. I stayed up all night. I couldn't sleep thinking about everything. The picture, the number 1993, her notebook, and God only knew what else her bag contained. When Michelle woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was run to the main door. It was a translucent glass door, and Michelle started screaming and kicking it. Then Layla came and joined her. I stood behind them. "There is no use! No one is going to hear or see you. Then Layla turned to me. Oh yeah? Why did you want to get the exams, huh? You're a genius. You can get A+ easily. Why did you do all of this? Think about it, Michelle. What is your sister up to? Oh my god, was she going to say it? Michelle froze and stared into my eyes. You can have me but cannot hold me. Hard to gain me and quickly lose me. If treated with care, I can be great. And if betrayed, I will break. I looked deep into her eyes. Trust. I was going to ask her why she mentioned trust now and if she knew anything about my secret, when the annoying Layla said, Oh, you're her? Oh my god, you're her! Who? The Great Buffalo, the famous writer on Wattpad. That's her last riddle. She just posted a part of her novel last night. I can't believe it's you, Michelle! And she started hugging her and touching her face like a psycho. Now that you know, please, we should keep it a secret. I'm not planning to reveal my identity. Yes, yes, babe! Come on, let's go inside. I still have some food. Let's feed our amazing writer. While they walked beside me, I looked at Michelle in disbelief. The Great Buffalo? Really? I followed them. Okay, since everyone has a secret here, obviously, I think we should all start telling the truth. No more secrets here. Oh, I have a huge secret. I know a way to get out of here. Seriously, Layla? And you waited until now? Don't yell at me, idiot. Yes, and I'm not going to say anything until Michelle tells me what will happen in the last part of her novel, Stuck in the Printing Room. Wait, what's the name of the novel? Stuck in the Printing Room? Michelle? Did she plan all of this to get inspired to finish her stupid novel? Layla told me to shut up, and Michelle totally ignored my question. They both started discussing her novel, and Layla handed her a pencil and a notebook. Layla was all over her. One minute she was hugging her, and the next she was giving her a shoulder massage. I got disgusted and got up to leave. When Layla said, Oh, by the way, Dad told me there is no school for the following 2 weeks at least because of the virus. They made their final decision last night. I turned around looking super angry. And you waited until now to tell us, you psycho? I was about to attack her, but this time Michelle came to her rescue. Calm down. She said she has a way to get us out of this place. Don't upset her. Get your hands away from me. I don't trust you anymore. Which side are you on? I'm with the one who will get me out of this creepy place. I didn't reply. I knew she was right. I thought we would be leaving this place in 2 days when school started on Monday. But since it was now more than 2 weeks, I had to do something. Fast. Just finish your novel, woman. I left the room and started wandering around. I needed to be away from these two. I reached the janitor room, and I knew it was locked. But I just wanted to try again out of boredom. I opened the door, and it opened. I was shocked and quickly ran into the room to open the window. I saw a group of boys playing soccer in the yard behind the school's building. I was about to shout at them and ask for help when I backed off, closed the window, and got out of the janitor room. I can't leave now. I have something to fix first. I looked at the principal's picture and threw the baseball at it. I broke its glass. Michelle and Layla left the room when they heard the noise and looked shocked. Oh my god! You broke Daddy's picture! How dare you, you fool! Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it? I swear, when I'm going to tell your secret to everyone, I'm going to ruin you. You know what? I really don't care if you... Cut it out, idiots! My brain doesn't work under pressure. Quietness is my inspiration. So, shut up, both of you, if you want me to finish my great novel and get out of here. Whatever. And Layla put her arm around her. Oh, sorry, babe. Let's go inside. I'm going to give you a leg massage as you write. I continued my walk in the hallway, looking at the pictures on the walls. I noticed a picture of the principal during one of the school's math competitions. It was also taken in 1993, but this time, he was wearing a ring around his finger. Did he get married in 1993? What's the secret about this year? No, wait. He is divorced now. Not really. I mean, Layla's mom just ran away and disappeared years ago. Just like that. Oh, that explains why this girl feels lost. I bet she misses her mom so badly. I sat down on the ground, feeling really tired. I hadn't slept all night, and before I knew it, I was fast asleep. I woke up hours later because of Layla's loud screeching. I went to the printing room and saw Layla holding the notebook crying loudly, and Michelle standing there like a scared mouse. That's how you finished the novel? You made them break up? He travels abroad? She gets sick? Then he passes away? Then she passes away after him? What, Michelle? Listen, people pass away sometimes. But Layla's face went pale, and she passed out immediately. We both stared at each other. Give me her bag. I went through her stuff until I found it. I knew she would have it. It's the device I created, Michelle. Oh, how did she steal it? This girl is a genius. I just have to enter the code, and it will cancel everything. The power will come back, the internet connection, everything. Remember the code? Oh yeah, 2020. The best year ever. I entered the code, but it said error. We looked at each other terrified. She changed the code. Then I remembered. I knew exactly what to enter. 1993. And it said access granted. And the power was back. We both jumped with happiness. You genius, I love you. I love you too, sis. The greatest buffalo I have ever met. I have no idea who that is. What? She was faking it? She wasn't that writer? Well, she wasn't as dumb as I thought she was. We both laughed. Let's charge our phones. We took Layla's charger and charged our phones, then called the police. They arrived in minutes and saved us. Layla was still on the floor, and the nurse started taking care of her. She woke and screamed, "Bring them back to life, Michelle!" I can't, babe. It's impossible. She looked shocked and passed out again. When we were about to leave, Michelle stopped me, and with a serious look on her face, she said, "Are you going to tell me now what your secret is?" Oh no. I should have prepared myself for this. How was I going to tell her this? It's about the exams. What about them? I write them. You what? She looked really mad now. The principal and I are partners. I write the exams for him before the day of the exam arrives. Oh, so you're telling me that you already knew what questions were going to be included in the exam and never told me before. Why? And you still planned for all of this and involved me in all this craziness? Why? I needed to test my device and live this adventure and learn something from it since, Run for your life. Michelle started running after me in the school's yard, and I ran like a cheetah. We are still running until the moment you're watching this. No, we're not. Just kidding. Please don't hate me. Thanks for watching my story.
Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events, but I was gonna take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm gonna use it to bring you down very soon.
The next day in class, I just couldn't focus on what the teacher was saying because I couldn't stop thinking about how both Dom and Margot's seats were empty, and I wasn't the only one.
Where's Margot?
I saw her last night by the lockers laughing with Dominic. They probably sneaked off somewhere. I can smell something juicy going on between them.
For some reason, that made me feel kinda sick to my stomach. Later at recess, I could barely get my lunch down.
Jeez, your chicken nuggets are begging you to eat them already.
I'm just full. Mom gave me some extra fried chicken when I did some deliveries this morning.
And you didn't give me any? How dare you? You're gonna... Oh, no, you don't, you little butthole.
I leaned over to see Clover playing a video game furiously. You're getting all worked up because of a game?
I tried it the other day because I was bored, and apparently I'm really good at it. But also, it's become really personal now. This unbeatable Beast 123 keeps on challenging me because he or she can't accept that he or she is totally beatable.
Wait, your username is Sharks Can't Poop 96?
Yeah, what do you write?
Is it? Just then, I noticed Dom walk in, and he was instantly surrounded by a horde of girls, which he didn't seem to mind at all.
So, were you able to talk to Mr. Newfound Fame about your mom's deportation problem?
No, but someone is already taking care of it. I looked down at Ace's message on my phone, who had texted me earlier saying someone was already working on getting Mom's documents in order. Suddenly, I was startled when Clover slammed her hand hard on the table.
Yes, take that, loser! Ha!
You're such a dork.
Who does this Sharks Can't Poop 96 think he is? You're just a noob and I'll beat you next time.
Later that night, I was sitting at my desk with my laptop when an email popped up, and as I read it quickly,
I jumped out of my chair in excitement. Mom! I quickly picked up my laptop and ran down the stairs to the kitchen. Mom! Mom! Just then, Mom came running in with a fire extinguisher.
Where's the fire? Or the thief?
What are you talking about? Mom, I got offered a huge publishing deal. If I sign up, they'll give me an advance payment to start, and it could really help us right now. Mom dropped the extinguisher and squealed for joy as we both hugged each other and jumped around like kids. Okay. I need to calm down. I think I'm gonna go out for a quick walk.
But it's rather late.
I'll be right back, don't worry. And with that, I hurried out the door and started walking around the neighborhood, buzzing with excitement. All I really wanted to do was call Dom and tell him the good news, and I almost dialed his number a couple of times, but something held me back. Then suddenly, a car on the road started slowing down next to me, and I felt a bit alarmed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to be walking alone at this time. I picked up my pace when someone called out.
Sadie, it's me!
I sighed in relief and turned to see Ace leaning out his car window.
What are you doing out here?
Just walking.
Listen, I'm glad I caught you. I want to talk about your mom's papers. Can we go somewhere and sit?
Where?
Just nearby. Hop in.
I felt a bit awkward, but I wanted to know what he had to say, so I got in the car. I thought he'd take me to a cafe or something, but he stopped outside a playground. Why here?
It's a beautiful night, and I thought we could sit on the swings.
Oh, well, you just didn't strike me as a swings kind of guy.
Sure I am. I just miss being a kid sometimes.
You've been working for your dad since a young age, so that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, Dad has always relied on me and I can't let him down, you know? Besides, I've always wanted to save the world by doing something great through biotech.
That sounds awesome, Ace. Anyway, about those documents.
Oh, right.
Ace reached for his jacket's inner pocket and handed me some papers.
You and your mom just need to read and sign these papers, and then the lawyer I'm working with will process them in just a few days.
Oh, thank you so much. Also, I just got a publishing deal, and I can use the advance payment to take care of the fees.
A publishing deal? That's amazing! I knew they'd get in touch with you.
Wait, what? How did you know that?
Shoot, sorry, I wasn't supposed to blurt that out.
Ace looked away shyly and scratched the back of his head.
Okay, you caught me.
You were behind this?
Since I knew you won't accept any money from me, I thought about showing my friend your story online because he's working for a huge publishing company. I decided not to tell you about this because I didn't want to raise your hopes too soon.
Wait, how did you even find my story?
Well, everyone at school has been talking about your interesting pen name.
Oh, right. So everyone knows Princess Wok Wok is me. That's kinda embarrassing.
It's cute, and I was really hoping the publishers would call you.
Ace, can I ask you a question? Why are you suddenly talking to me? This is like the first time in so many years, and then you're just doing all this and it's just too much.
Remember that night by the pool when I brushed an eyelash away from your cheek? You've never left my mind since then. Well, it's not like I never noticed before how pretty you are. I really don't know why we didn't talk to each other before.
I was caught off guard as he leaned over from his swing and gently pushed away some hair from my face.
Am I going too fast or making you uncomfortable?
No, I mean, it's just a bit overwhelming, and I don't know how to thank you for everything.
There's one thing you can do. Just go out with me and I'll make all your troubles go away. I would really take care of my girlfriend.
I sat frozen in my spot. Ace, of all the people in the world, liked me enough to be my boyfriend? My mind was spinning, and my face felt like it was on fire. Can I think about it?
Of course. Take all the time you need. I can wait.
I'd been standing outside Sadie's door for at least 10 minutes, hesitant to knock. I knew I hadn't been very nice to her lately, and I wanted to apologize. I started pacing across the porch as I practiced my lines. Dude, I'm sorry about my attitude lately. I'm just hurt because you're not telling me everything, especially about what's going on between you and Ace. Please forgive me. I miss you. I hope we can... Suddenly, the door opened and I jumped back.
Oh, Dom, I didn't know you were here, sweetie.
Hi, Mrs. Wilson. Is Sadie home? Her bedroom window is closed.
She went for an evening walk around the neighborhood. She got a publishing deal and she wanted to calm herself down. Isn't that great news? Oh, but of course, she already told you, and that's why you're here, right?
Wow, yeah, of course. That's why I came. To congratulate her in person. But don't you think it's a bit late for her to be walking alone?
Well, she called and said she's with your brother.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to come inside and wait for her?
It's fine, Mrs. Wilson. I'll come by later. Good night. I felt anger bubbling inside me as I walked back to my place. Why were Ace and Sadie suddenly so close? Why hadn't she even spoken to me about this? This was not okay. Just then, my phone rang, and I was surprised to see it was Margot. Hello?
Hey there. What are you doing right now?
Nothing much. Just getting ready to sleep.
Can you come over?
Now? But it's almost midnight.
It's okay if you can't. My parents are out of town as usual, and I was just feeling a bit lonely. But it's no biggie.
I thought about it for a few seconds, then said, I'll be there in 10.
Great. See you soon.
I wasn't really sure what I was doing. But if Sadie could be out on moonlit walks with my brother celebrating good news in her life, well, I could certainly hang out with Margot. Which maybe wasn't the best idea, because I was just feeling kind of awkward being there in her living room as we settled on the couch to watch a movie. But Margot seemed more keen to talk.
My parents are super busy. I'm always alone here, and sometimes it drives me crazy.
How about Dana and your other friends? Do they come here often?
Not much. I'm not really comfortable with them.
Then suddenly she removed the cushion lying between us and moved much closer.
I'd rather have you here. I hope you don't mind.
Oh yeah, no, I had some time tonight. Otherwise I'm quite busy nowadays, but suddenly she leaned in even closer and kissed me square on the lips. I felt stunned.
I think I like you, Dom. Do you like me too?
A few nights later, Clover was at my place for a sleepover, but I could hardly focus on anything and kept rewatching Margot's stories on Instagram. I mean, it just doesn't seem like Dom.
What doesn't?
Him hanging around with Margot and partying with her circle of elite friends.
I got news for you, girl. Dominic always belonged to the elite circle. Maybe he's just wondering now why he was hanging out with us commoners all along.
Oh, come on. He's never been like that. I just don't get why he'd change overnight. And what's worse is that whenever I try to talk to him, he finds a way to avoid me. It's driving me nuts.
Just admit that you're jealous.
I'm not. I'm just saying, all these parties and public displays are more like Ace's style, not Dom's.
Speaking of Ace, you need to give me all the details on that.
I don't know what to make of Ace. He's been really friendly the past few days. More than friendly, in fact. He's been flirting with me a lot, and he's the one who's been helping me with Mom's problem. Clover nearly spat out her soda as she stared at me in disbelief.
That was him? Did you give him a love potion or something?
I find it weird, to be honest. He's just too good to be true. He's even planning to send some bodyguards to protect us from those goons who keep threatening Mom. What if he's up to something?
What could he be up to? And really, what do you have to lose? You date a hot guy and get your mom out of trouble. You can always break up with him later if you don't like him.
But I don't know how Dom will feel about this. They've always been rivals, and I've been put in a difficult position.
Well, Dom isn't around much lately, so...
Right. Clover was watching my face intently, so I forced a smile. Before I forget, Ace actually asked me out to a party.
Then what are you waiting for? Stop being so boring even just for a night and just go.
I was almost considering it. Yeah, I think I was gonna go. Dom was busy partying with Margot. Why should I care what he'd think of me going out with Ace? I walked into the club on Ace's arm, feeling many eyes on us. The place was buzzing and everyone was really glammed up, which made me feel awkward and out of place. But Ace led me straight to the dance floor and pulled me in by the waist.
Isn't this amazing?
Yeah, I guess. Listen, I don't really know how to dance.
Just follow my lead and move to the rhythm.
I was sitting on a bar stool next to Margot when I spotted Ace and Sadie on the dance floor, and my stomach flipped. I felt something close to rage when I saw Ace's hand on her waist. Just then, Margot grabbed my hand and pulled me to the dance floor too. And soon enough, Sadie turned in my direction and our eyes met. I could see she looked surprised and quickly tried to hide it as she gave me a weak smile before looking away. Of all the guys out there, why my rival? Traitor!
Why am I even surprised that he's dating her? She's practically perfect.
Margot had her arms around my neck, and suddenly she grabbed my face and kissed me, and I kissed her back.
My heart felt like it was breaking as I saw Dom and Margot kiss. I needed to get out of here. I gently pulled away from Ace. I gotta go to the restroom. I ran to the bathroom, locked myself into a cubicle, and then I burst into tears. The next day at school, I was still feeling bummed out about the events of the night when I walked over to my locker. As I was taking my books out, a small silver envelope fell to the floor. There was nothing written on it, but I found 2 cards inside. The first card said, "It's been years. Can't wait to finally meet you. Dad." I stood frozen for a few seconds in surprise. What kind of prank was this? And who would play it on me? The second card said, "Dinner at 6 p.m. Brasserie de Pierre. Give your name at the reception." Yeah, sure. I'll go to this high-end French French restaurant to meet you, Dad. What a stupid joke. I slammed my locker shut and tossed the cards in the trash. But later that day, when I went to my scooter in the school parking lot, I found the same silver envelope in the front basket with the same notes inside. Someone really thinks this is funny, huh? Just rolled my eyes and started rummaging through my bag for my keys. And as I fished them out, the same envelope with the same cards fell out. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. I took a deep breath and looked around to see if anyone was watching their prank playing out. There weren't many kids around, and no one was paying attention to me. You know what? Fine. If you're watching me or whatever, you win. I'll play your little game and find out who has the time to prank me using a father I've never met. Later that evening, I arrived at the fancy French restaurant at 6 p.m. sharp and walked up to the receptionist. Can you please check for a Sadie on your list?
Mademoiselle Sadie. Ah, yes, please, let me guide you to your table.
The server led me to the main dining.
Sit!
Who are you exactly, sir?
I was hoping you would just call me Dad.
I just stood there staring at him, frozen in shock. I was sitting across from this strange, elegant man, and I had no idea what to make of this situation. Is this a joke? Did someone ask you to do this?
I know it's weird that I've just sprung up out of nowhere, but I swear, this is not a joke. I really am your dad.
How do I know you're telling the truth? The man quietly placed a folder on the table and pushed it towards me. I opened it hesitantly, and it was filled with photographs of him and my mom when they were both younger. Mom had a visible pregnancy bump in one of the photos, and there was a sonogram too. Then I saw some letters and cards, unmistakably in Mom's handwriting. I don't understand. You look happy here. Why did you just leave? And what are you doing here, coming back after 17 years?
I had no choice but to leave. My parents were against my relationship with your mom from the start. When your mom got pregnant, I told my parents that I was gonna marry her. My father threatened to hurt her if I didn't stop seeing her. He was a dangerous, powerful man. I had to leave to keep you and your mom safe, but I never stopped loving you both.
Why didn't they like her?
She came from a poor family. And there was someone else they wanted me to marry, and I did. She got sick and died 3 years after our wedding.
Why didn't you look for us earlier then?
I did. I found you years ago.
Years ago? So what? You sit comfortably on your expensive couches in your fancy suits while watching Mom work to death to feed me and send me to school?
Sadie, I tried to come back so many times in the past 10 years, but your mom wouldn't let me.
I was taken aback by that revelation. What do you mean? Why would she do that?
Your mother hates me, and it's understandable. I tried for years to win her forgiveness, but she kept pushing me away. It was hard to watch you both struggle, knowing I could give you everything. I know she kept all this secret from you, but please don't hold it against her. I know she's just trying to protect you.
Dad reached out and placed his hands on mine.
I decided to reach out to you this time without her knowing, because I've watched you from afar for too long. I wanted to meet you so much and try fixing things.
This is a lot to process.
I know, I'm sure you're overwhelmed. But can I ask you for a favor? Do you think we could meet again tomorrow? I'd like to take you for a day out. It would give us a chance to get to know each other better.
I stayed quiet for a few seconds, feeling a storm of emotions. And then I said, sure, I think I'd like that. Dad gave me the widest smile, and I couldn't help smiling back. The next day, we met at a bistro for lunch, after which he took me to a luxury mall. Dad led me into a designer clothing shop where the owner was practically tripping over himself trying to please us and showing us racks of their newest collection. I looked around at a few pieces, but none of them had price tags. Sir, this doesn't have a tag.
Oh, Miss Sadie, we do not put tags on our products, but it's for $2,300.
Oh, I see. It's lovely. I turned around to put it back on the rack, but Dad swooped forward and took it from me.
We're taking that and anything else you want.
But it's too much. I really don't need...
No buts. You agreed to do this with me today.
By that evening, I was surrounded by shopping bags, and I was wondering how I'd smuggle them into the house.
Tired?
Actually, yes. Can we go home now? I think it's too much already, and I'm worried about Mom seeing all this. Dad looked at me for a moment, then sighed.
I understand. Let's get you home then.
I had to get dropped a block away, climb over the back wall with all my bags, and sneak them in through my bedroom window. Just as I was inspecting my shopping, I suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Sweetie, are you there?
Oh my God. Yes, Mom. just one sec. I quickly shoved everything under the bed, leaving only one bag on it before I composed myself and opened the door. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Sadie. You're smiling really weirdly.
Am I? I'm just happy to see you.
Where were you after school? You weren't answering my calls.
Clover dragged me to the mall and she gave me a cute dress and boots as an early birthday present. We were busy having fun. Sorry I missed your calls.
I see. Well, come down for dinner in 10, okay?
Hi, Captain.
You're acting strange. Is anything wrong?
Not at all, Mom. I'm just excited for dinner. Nom nom. In fact, I'll just come down with you now and help you. Mom was looking at me suspiciously as I pushed her out of the room and followed her. I had no idea how she'd react if she really knew what I'd been up to that afternoon.
The next day at school, I was standing with Justin in the parking lot when 3 fancy cars screeched in, and Margot, Dana, and her minion got out of them.
Why are they walking and acting like they're on the set of Mean Girls, weirdos?
I tried not to laugh as Margot approached me with a smile, but just then Sadie arrived on her scooter, and there was something different about her outfit.
Louis Vuitton boots and a Gucci. Who is this?
I only know one person who owns that ugly scooter.
Chicken delivery girl. There's no way she can afford those brands.
Clover suddenly appeared beside us, sipping on an iced latte.
Sorry to burst your jealous bubble, but I think she can, and she looks good.
Sadie took her helmet off, and she wasn't wearing her glasses. Then she shook her hair out, and I couldn't peel my eyes away. She looked stunning.
She probably got plastic surgery on her whole face.
I thought you said she couldn't afford those brands, and now you're saying she can't afford plastic surgery? Make up your mind, girl.
Ugh, I'm not even talking to you. Isn't there a button to shut you up?
Dana slapped the coffee cup out of Clover's hand and stormed off with her minion. Just then, I noticed Margot staring at my face, and it felt like she could read my thoughts. Let's go to class, shall we?
Yes, let's.
She put her arm through mine, and even though I was tempted to, I didn't dare look back at Sadie.
As I got off my scooter, I could feel quite a few eyes on me. And then Clover came running up to me excitedly.
How? What? When? Why?
I'll tell you everything. Hold on, we're late for class. But it turned out, so was the teacher. I noticed Dom and Margot talking, and he didn't even look my way as I walked in. So I ignored him too and went to a corner, where Clover and I huddled close together as I told her everything.
So you're telling me that your dad finally showed up and he's a freaking billionaire?
Jesus, your voice!
Sorry, so you're telling me that your dad finally showed up and he's a freaking billionaire?
Yes, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Mom's gonna kill me if she finds out I met him. It's just too complicated.
But you have to.
Just then, Clover got distracted as she looked towards the door.
Your boyfriend is here.
I turned around to see Ace leaning in the doorway, gesturing at me to come out, and somehow, it just annoyed me.
Wake up, my friend, your Prince Charming is calling you.
Can you be any louder?
Wake up, my friend, your Prince Charming is calling you.
You're dead meat. I forced a smile and walked up to Ace reluctantly. Ace, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see you. Do I need a reason?
But we're having class.
I don't see any teachers around.
Then he stepped closer to me and brushed his finger against my cheek.
I saw you this morning and barely recognized you. You look stunning.
Ace, everyone's watching. Let's talk later, okay? I was sure Dana was digging a hole in my skull with her glare, but I felt more conscious of what Dominic must be thinking.
Okay, but can I have a kiss?
What? No, but before I could finish, he was pulling me closer, and just as I was about to push him away, Dom jumped in and punched his face.
She said no!
What the heck is wrong with you? Aren't you satisfied with what you did last night? It wasn't enough?
What are you talking about?
This!
And then Ace unbuttoned his shirt, revealing bruises all over his body.
You attacked me because of your stupid jealousy. Is that how a young businessman behaves? What a disgrace to our family. Just stop it already, bro. Sadie just sees you as a friend and nothing more.
What? You're spitting nonsense!
With that, Dominic shoved him back, and Ace dropped like a feather to the floor, clutching his arm.
My arm! Ow, my arm! I think you fractured it!
I couldn't believe what was happening. I knelt down next to Ace, who looked like he was in a lot of pain, and then I glared up at Dominic. Dom, have you lost your mind? What is wrong with you? He turned to me with a hurt expression, and just then, the principal walked in on the scene.
What on earth is happening here?
Dad had called me into his office, and I was feeling both nervous and angry because I knew it was all about the drama Ace had created. As I walked in, I found Dad sitting stiffly in his chair, while Ace was smirking in a corner with his bruised face and arm cast. You asked for me, Dad? Dad silently reached for the tablet on his table, then pushed it towards me. Feeling confused, I clicked the video on the tablet, and I was shocked that it was a recording of the fight between me and Ace in school. It showed me punching his face and then pushing him to the ground while Ace wasn't fighting back at all.
Would you like to explain why there is a video sent to my email anonymously of you starting this fight at school, Dominic?
I looked over Ace's blank face and felt anger boil up. Dad, this jerk—
Anyone seeing this video will think that you're a very violent person, Dominic.
I'm not, Dad. You know this.
But other people don't. The possible future CEO of my company attacking his own brother like a rabid dog.
I felt as shocked as Ace looked. Dad really was considering me as the future CEO? Dad sighed and slowly shook his head.
Do you remember the story I used to tell you when you were kids?
Oh no, Dad, please don't.
No, you both need a reminder. There once was a wise chimpanzee who ruled the forest. He took in a lion cub and a wolf cub and raised them like brothers. They both grew up to be strong and fierce, and no one dared to hurt their kingdom when those two stood together. But then a slimy old python started to whisper to them both, "You're better than your brother. You have the stronger genes. You should be king." The two started to fight viciously, and then everything fell apart. Their poor old dad was killed in his sleep by the python because no one was looking after him. And then the pythons took over and banished the wolf and lion from their kingdom forever.
Okay, Dad, we get it.
I'm so disappointed with your actions today, Dominic.
I'm sorry, Dad, it won't happen again.
Make sure that it doesn't. I'll leave you two to sort out your issues.
Then Dad got up and left the room, and I turned to Ace. You sent that video to Dad. Did you get a friend to film the whole thing for you?
Can you prove it? Maybe I just got lucky that someone had their phone out.
I don't hear a denial.
I just know you too well, little brother. Anyone gets close to Sadie, and you will act without thinking.
What is your deal with Sadie? Just stay away from her.
And who are you to dictate anything? Have you asked her if she wants me to stay away?
Stop using her to get to me. That's so low of you.
All is fair in love and war, Dommy. You might have won Dad's favor to consider you for CEO, but you'll never win Sadie over.
She's not some consolation prize to be won because you didn't get what you wanted.
Who said she's a prize?
I stepped closer to Ace. We both know that at this point, I'll probably end up becoming the CEO.
Getting a little more confident, huh? I hope you can maintain that.
Ace's lips curled into an evil smile, and I turned and left the office before I punched him again.
After their crazy fight, I hadn't seen either Ace or Dom at school for the next couple of days, and I was keeping my mind off of them by hanging out more with Dad. As I was coming home one night after meeting him, I saw the living room was dark, and I figured Mom was in her room. I was quietly tiptoeing my way to the stairs when the living room was suddenly flooded with light, and I jumped out of my skin.
What are you up to these days, Sadie?
Sweet zombie kittens, Mom! You scared me!
You really seem to be enjoying your dad's company lately, huh?
I froze in shock. What? How did you know? Mom sat down on the couch, looking really upset.
I saw you walking out with him from a restaurant a few days back. I've been waiting for you to tell me about it, but I guess you didn't have any such plans.
I knelt down next to Mom and held her hands. Mom, I swear I've been planning to tell you, but I just couldn't find the right time. Mom pulled her hand away from me.
Stay away from him, understood? And don't even think about asking for help from him.
Could you talk to him? Just once? Everyone deserves a second chance, Mom.
You believed all his words, didn't you? If you're gonna choose your dad, then fine. Go ahead. You're gonna have a more comfortable life with him.
I can't believe you're saying that, Mom. I just want to have a complete family.
Well, I guess I'm not enough for you.
Mom, it's not like that. But Mom just got up and rushed to her room. I ran after her, but she closed the door in my face. I kept knocking, but she wouldn't open up. Mom, please, we have to talk about this. I finally gave up and went to my room in tears. I called Clover, but she wasn't answering her phone either. I looked over at Dom's place, and I felt even worse. I felt I needed some fresh air, so I climbed out my window and lay on the soft grass, tears streaming down my face as I looked up at the stars. Just then, I spotted something in the grass from the corner of my eye. It was a praying mantis. Oh, wow, it's been a while since I saw one. I was about to crawl quietly to catch it when someone else got to it first, and I looked up to see Dom. What are you doing here?
Chasing some praying mantis, obviously. Are you crying?
What? No. My eyes are just sweating because it's hot.
It's actually quite chilly. Sadie, is everything okay? You can tell me like you always do, you know.
Dominic leaned over and gently wiped the tear off my cheek, and my heart skipped a beat, but I quickly tried to hide it. Wow, look at you, ignoring me for weeks and now pretending that everything's fine? What's happening to us, buddy? And why did you get so aggressive with Ace? Dominic stared at my face for a few seconds.
I don't know either, but I just wanted to.
Just then, Ace suddenly called out to Dom from their balcony.
Hey, bro, your girlfriend has been calling you nonstop.
She's not my...
You should go. I gotta head back inside anyway. See you around. And then I walked away with fresh tears pouring down my face. The next morning, as I shut off my alarm, I sleepily checked my phone, and my eyes grew wide at a text I'd received. It was from the principal, saying she wanted to place an order for 50 fried chickens for a lunch party. Whoa, for real? I ran downstairs to the kitchen where Mom was already frying chicken. Mom continued frying like she hadn't heard me. I got 50 orders from our principal for lunch.
Okay, I'll prepare for it.
I walked up to her and gave her a bear hug from behind. I miss you, Mom. I don't like you being mad at me. Mom unwrapped my arms and kinda pushed me away.
I'll call you once the order's ready.
Okay, and I left the kitchen with a heavy heart. A couple of hours later, I was running breathlessly to the principal's office, carrying her huge order. I knocked at the door before entering, then walked up to the desk and placed the food on it. Good morning, ma'am. Here are your 50 fried chickens. Phew. But the principal looked shocked and almost terrified.
I have an allergy to chicken. Get that away from me.
What? But I got an order from your number, ma'am. Look, this is yours, right? The principal narrowed her eyes as she looked at my phone screen.
There's been some misunderstanding because I never texted that number. Just take them away, now. The smell will make me break out into hives any minute.
Feeling dazed, I picked up the order and left the office. Why did she have to be so rude? No wonder they called her Rude Tank. Yeah, Tank for being fat. I had barely taken a few steps down the hallway when I found myself face to face with Dana and her minion.
How dare you take your chickens to my mom? You could have killed her with those.
I'm just a delivery girl doing my job. I'm not a psychic who can predict an insecure girl's plan to play a stupid prank on a small business.
You're indeed a writer. You're good at making up dumb stories.
I bet her stories are as embarrassing as her.
You can always read one to be sure.
Not interested in reading something by a cheap chicken girl who's trying so hard to fit in. So now you're making up some mysterious long-lost billionaire dad just so you can impress someone like Ace?
Oh, so this is what it's about. And why would I need a rich dad to impress Ace? You've always had one. He's never paid any attention to you. As I started to walk away, Dana suddenly snatched the bag from me and flung it aside. Everyone in the hallway gasped as all the fried chickens went flying across the floor. And then Dana's minion started crushing them with her feet. What makes you think you can treat people like this? Do you have any idea how much hard work you ruined in seconds? Of course you don't, because you're just a stupid, spoiled brat. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you, because you are the most pathetic person I've ever met.
How dare you?
Dana leapt forward to attack me, but just then, Margot stepped in calmly, holding her iced coffee.
Margot, you have got to start taking my side. Chicken Girl started it as usual. She always provokes me.
Margot turned around to me with a strange face, and for a second, I thought she was going to do something to me. But then, she abruptly turned back to Dana and flung her coffee in Dana's direction, and some of it got over Dana's shoe.
I already warned you, Dana, but you never listen.
What is wrong with you? I can't believe you do this to your own friend.
Don't think I don't know the things you say behind my back. I'm not sure you know how to be anyone's friend.
I thought a catfight was about to break out between them, but then Dana leaned away.
Come on, girl, let's go.
As she turned around to leave, Clover suddenly appeared and stuck out her foot. Dana tripped and fell on the floor with her head first in some fried chicken.
Tastes heavenly, right?
You're all gonna pay for this.
As she stormed off crying, Margot suddenly grabbed my arm, her face expressionless.
You and we need to talk. Meet me in the chemistry lab after school.
Before I could respond, she walked away too. What was this about? I was at the lab before Margot, and she turned up about 10 minutes late. She sat down on a stool and looked at me squarely.
Listen, Sadie, let's get this done in a civilized way. I know Dom's into you. I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't notice it. So, I need you to stay away from him.
Suddenly, her pretty face became threatening.
You don't want to see my other side, Sadie. You know my dad, right? He can do anything, literally. And, well, my mom, she's a senator with a lot of connections. I can just tell them how violent Dominic is and how he tried to hurt me. Everyone already saw what he did to his own brother. I can ruin our scientist lover boy's life in just a snap. So really, it's up to you. How do you want to play this?
I was speechless for a few seconds. Wow, I didn't expect that from you. Why are you doing this?
Because I can, Sadie. Because I can.
Margot got up and exited the lab gracefully, while I sat there in shock.
After talking with Clover and thinking a lot about everything, I'd finally made some decisions. I walked over to the pool next door, where Ace was doing laps. When he spotted me, he quickly came to the edge.
Wow, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't been answering my texts or calls. Listen, I'm sorry I upset you that day. I shouldn't have tried to kiss you. I didn't know you weren't ready.
Ace, never mind all that. We need to talk. Ace just looked at me as I sat down on a pool chair. You've been very good to me, and I'm grateful for everything you did, but I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Why?
Because you don't deserve to be with someone who isn't sure about you. For a second, I saw a furious glint in his eye, but then his face softened again.
If you give me time, I know I can change your mind.
I'm really sorry, but...
You know I'm willing to do anything, right? I processed your mom's papers, didn't I? So what, you just used me?
No, you offered to do it. You said we're friends, right? And I tried being more than that, but I just can't. And then everything that's happening between you and Dom, what is that? I know he's not a violent person, so are you making that up?
Wow, you saw him punching me and pushing me, and I didn't even fight back? And you think I'm the liar here?
I don't know what to think, except that I need to end this.
You do know that I can reverse the paperwork I got done for your mom, right?
Is that a threat? You know what? Now I feel certain that I've made the right decision. Goodbye, Ace. And I walked away quickly, feeling relief wash over me.
As we were having a silent family dinner one night, Dad suddenly cleared his throat.
So I've made my decision regarding this company.
Ace and I quickly looked at each other before turning back to Dad. My heart was beating a mile per minute.
And after careful deliberation, I'm making Dominic the CEO of the company by the end of this quarter.
Oh my God.
Dad, are you kidding me?
Dominic has proven himself with his research and gained the trust and respect of the board. I've made the decision that makes the most sense right now.
Ace's face had twisted into rage, and suddenly he swiped the plates off the table and sent them flying into the wall.
Ace, have you lost your mind?
No, Dad. It looks like you have. You've been preparing me to be the CEO my entire life, and you just gave it to this lowlife? What do you expect me to do, roll over and drool?
I expect you to respect my decision and behave yourself.
You'll regret this, Dad. You're making a huge mistake.
And with that, Ace stormed out, slamming the door hard behind him. I think he's just shocked. Dad, he'll be fine.
I really hope so. Sorry that this moment has been ruined for you. Congratulations, son. I'm sure you'll always make me proud.
Thanks, Dad. I'll do my best. As Dad retired to his room, all I wanted to do was run over to Sadie and tell her the news. In fact, I wanted to talk to her about a lot more. But before that, I had to speak to Margot, and I headed to her place immediately. When I reached Margot's mansion, a maid let me in and informed me that the family was having dinner and I could join them. As I got closer to the dining room, it seemed like there was an argument happening inside, and I stopped at the door.
How many months will you be away this time, Mom?
Do you need an exact deadline? It will be longer than usual.
But it's my birthday next week.
It's just a birthday. We can always celebrate later. Why are you throwing a tantrum?
I'm not throwing a tantrum.
Oh, before I forget, Dominic's father told me that he'll be announcing Dominic as the official future CEO of biotech any day now.
Oh my, that's wonderful. The company will be in good hands with him. He also has this perfect image in the media, which is beneficial for us. Margot, it really is one thing you've done to make us proud, darling. You chose the right guy.
Nothing else about me makes you proud, Mom?
I just gave you a compliment, Margot. Why do you always make everything so negative?
I think we should announce an engagement between Margot and Dominic soon. The public loves that kind of news, and it'll make my deal with biotech all the more secure.
What? Engagement? But
how are things going between you two?
Everything's great. He's the sweetest.
That's amazing. Maybe I could postpone my appointment so we could throw a grand party on your birthday. We'll raise a toast to Dominic for becoming the CEO, too, and make him feel special. How does that sound?
Oh, wow, really? I'd love that.
I backed off quietly and went to the living room. Suddenly, things were making a lot more sense. Margot had only gotten close to me to win her parents' favor, and they obviously cared more about their image than they did about their daughter. I was still lost in thought when Margot walked in, looking surprised.
Hi there. How long have you been waiting?
Oh, not that long. Listen, there's something I need to talk about.
Oh my god, I think I already know. Your dad made his decision, didn't he? Are congratulations in order?
He did, yes. But Margot, that's not why I'm here. I have to say something else. Margot looked at me, then quietly said,
This is about Sadie, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, Margot. I don't think this will work between us.
I realized that some time ago. But Sadie likes your brother. What are you gonna do about it?
I don't know. All I know is that I need to be honest to you and to myself. Margot came closer to me and put her hand on my face.
That's a good start. Thank you for being honest, Dom. I would never want someone to feel stuck being with me. I care for you. And Sadie, too.
That means a lot to me. I have to get going, but please, don't be a stranger.
I won't.
I kissed Margot on the cheek gently and then left. It had gone much better than I'd hoped.
If I'm not happy, I'll make sure no one else is either!
Clover and I sat silently on my bed, staring at the photos I'd received in the mail last night. I told you, Margot wasn't kidding. She'll use these fake, bruised pictures of herself to destroy Dominic's image. And it won't matter that it's not true. It's just about creating enough doubt. She's influential enough to make a big deal of it in the press. Once that happens, the board of directors will definitely suggest that Dom shouldn't be the CEO for the company's image. This means too much to him, Clover. I can't ruin this.
Margot's crazier than I thought. I get what you're saying, but you also can't let him be with that witch. I said the same before. You have to tell him everything and let him deal with it.
I'm not sure about that. He's just become the CEO, and I don't want him to be dealing with a press scandal.
Did Dom tell you about the CEO announcement himself?
Nope. I just read it in the news like everyone else.
Just talk to him, Sadie.
Suddenly, we heard loud, angry voices downstairs, and Clover and I looked at each other in alarm before we ran down. And I found my dad in the lounge with Mom yelling at him. I see you guys have finally met again.
You asked your father to pay off my debts? And he's the one who has sorted out my immigration papers? How could you do this without asking me?
Can you just calm down?
No, I don't want your help. We were doing just fine without you.
By then, I just had it. No, we're not, Mom. We are not doing fine. I know you've been working yourself to the bone to take care of me, and I love you for that, but we can't handle everything ourselves. I had asked someone else to handle your papers before, but I couldn't trust him anymore, and I can't worry about you being deported one day, or deal with the idea of thugs turning up to terrorize us, Mom. And I've got my own stupid school drama. It's just all getting too much for me, Mom. Mom looked at me, stunned, as tears rolled down my cheeks. You don't have to forgive Dad right away. You're allowed to feel angry. But I do want to have him around, and I want our lives to be less stressful. So please, Mom, for my sake, just try to make some peace with the situation. I hate that you're mad at me. You're my best friend.
Hey, that's me. No one gets my spot.
Mom and I looked at her, and suddenly, we all started laughing.
Believe me, I'm not trying to take Sadie away from you. I have no expectations from you either, except hoping that you'll forgive me one day and accept me as part of Sadie's life. I won't help you again without running it by you first. Okay?
Mom sighed and sat down on the couch.
Okay, I need time to accept all this, but I am willing to try for Sadie. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't realize the toll it was taking on you.
I sat down next to her and hugged her. You know, Mom, I have an idea. Let's go to Cuba to visit Grandma. You haven't been home in the longest time, and with your papers sorted out, it won't be an issue now. I really think we could use a break, don't you? Mom looked up at me and pressed my hand.
Let's do it.
It had been a crazy 3 days since Dad had made the announcement, and with all the meetings, briefings, and press interviews, I was coming back home really late every night. Tonight, I'd come back a little early, and I decided I just had to talk to Sadie. Just as I was going over to her place, the phone started ringing.
You need to come back to the office right now.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not, but I can't discuss this over the phone.
Okay, I'll be right there. And when I got to biotech, I was even more surprised to find Ace in Dad's office, with 2 security guards standing next to him. What's going on here?
I had a feeling I couldn't trust your brother anymore, and I was right. I had one of my men approach Ace, acting like a competitor who was interested in buying the research you worked on for a lot of money. And guess what? Ace made a deal with him.
I stared at Ace in shock. Are you serious? I know you hate me, but you would really do that to Dad's company? What is your problem? Ace leapt from his chair, about to attack me, but the security men held him back.
My problem is that I'm just better than you. I've always been better than you, and you robbed me of something I've been dreaming of my whole life.
Ace, I don't know how to deal with you right now. This is breaking my heart. Even if I made Dom the CEO, I expected you to be by his side, helping him build the company up, but you're too busy tearing him down and you don't even care about how it hurts me. I'm sending you away to France to live with your mother. I don't want you around, not till I can trust you again. If I ever can. Go home and pack your things.
Ace looked shocked, then stormed off with the security guards behind him. I was still reeling from the news when I saw tons of missed calls from Clover. I excused myself and called her back.
Oh my god, finally!
Ow, can you please not shout?
Come outside the office building, now!
I rushed out to find Justin leaning against his car while Clover was pacing around impatiently. What's going on? Why are you two here together?
She can't drive, and she forced me to bring her here because the princess couldn't take the bus. And it's some sort of emergency.
Can you please shut up? Dom, Sadie's leaving. Margot threatened her. You have to talk to her. Well, to Sadie, not Margot. Well, also Margot. Tell that witch to buzz off.
What are you even saying? And then Clover thrust an envelope in my hands. I opened it and was shocked to find pictures of Margot with bruises on her arms. What is this?
Margot sent these to Sadie. She's been threatening Sadie to stay away from you or she'll make these public and say you hurt her. Margot is insane. You can't be with her, Dom.
Oh my god, she is insane! And I broke up with her a few days ago anyway!
Well, I guess she still doesn't want to see you and Sadie be happy together. Which, by the way, if you want to be, you gotta tell her something right now. Like right now, before she takes a plane to Cuba.
Sadie is going to Cuba?
You've been really busy, and Sadie has been dealing with a lot, so she and her mom are going to Cuba for a month to take a break from all of it. She told me to give you this file after she was gone, but I thought you should know everything right away, and you shouldn't let her go without talking to her. Also, FYI, she never liked Ace.
Dude, just go to the airport and talk to Sadie so this weirdo can stop talking.
My mind was all over the place, but I just had to focus on one thing. Catch Sadie before her flight. Okay, I'm off. Thanks. Wish me luck. And with that, I sped off in my car.
Do I need to drop you off home too? I have an important game to get to.
Oh my god, I play this too! Wait, you're Unbeatable Beast? For real? I've been beating your butt for weeks.
Your sharks can't poop?
Yep, come on, drive me home and we'll stop by for ice cream on the way. I'll teach you some of my winning tricks.
Crazy girl.
Mom and I had just gotten through the long security lines at the airport, and I was about to switch my phone to airplane mode when I noticed a bunch of missed calls from Dominic. Just then, I heard someone shouting,
Sadie, wait! Sadie, please, wait!
As he ran up to me, I stared at him in shock. Dom, what are you doing here?
Oh god, I need to catch my breath. Okay, I'm fine. Listen, how could you just leave without talking to me for a month?
You've been ignoring me for weeks. What's another month?
Sadie, I'm so sorry. I was really stupid. I just got really jealous seeing you and Ace together. I think he led me to believe some things that weren't true. And yes, I was flattered by Margot's attention, but I think I just agreed to go out with her just because you were seeing Ace. Also, Clover told me Margot was threatening you, and I'll take care of that. Also, I broke up with her a few days ago. It just never felt right because, well, I've been in love with you for a while. And it's okay if you don't feel the same way, I just had to tell you.
I threw my arms around him. I think I feel the same way about you, dummy.
You think?
Aw, you guys, this is so sweet. Sorry to interrupt, but it's the final boarding call. Unless, Sadie, you don't want to go?
Oh, no, Mom. Of course I'll go.
You don't have to, love. You can stay with Clover. Or your dad.
You'd be okay with that?
Wait, your dad?
See? You two have a lot of catching up to do. And yes, I'll be okay with that, Sadie. I'll see you in a month.
Dom and I waved her goodbye as she left for her flight. Then we turned to each other, feeling kinda awkward. This feels a bit weird, right?
A little, but weird in a good way.
I agree. Dom smiled at me warmly, and I just couldn't help pulling him in for a kiss. He kissed me back, and it felt just right. Hi friends, I'm Jaina from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store.
This strawberry ice cream is too pink. My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one.
This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow!
Elena.
Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room?
I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay. Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on. But as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my god, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my god, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people.
They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. You know, I actually liked things better when we didn't have money.
Really?
Yeah, my dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped.
All my dad does is work and fight with my mom.
I don't think it's the same.
They care about you, right?
Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan! I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
Hey, they're getting away!
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jana, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped?
You left your phone at the hotel.
Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jana. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
Hi, my name is Charlotte, and I was a very hardworking teenager. My life was always about studying and part-time jobs, but that all totally changed because of a boy. I was on my way to the principal's office to talk about the college scholarship that I'd applied for when I saw a boy from my class, Mason. His mother was there too, and she was yelling at him on their way out of the office. The week before, his dad had been here with him, and now it was his mom. He'd probably got another detention because of his failing grades, or the pranks he was usually pulling at school. Not that I was his stalker or anything, but I had always been intrigued by him. His mom was very angry, but he seemed happy because there was a smile on his face. Why? He was popular in our school because he was pretty talented and athletic, and he also had a playful nature. He had won multiple awards in special events where parents were expected to attend, but I noticed that he was always alone. That night, while I was on my night shift as a cashier at the local movie theater, I got a strange call. "Hello, is this Miss Charlotte?" a familiar older woman's voice asked. "Yes, that's me," I answered. "I saw you reply to our online ad for a private teacher, and we want to hire you for our son. We're wondering if you could start right away, like tomorrow." I was shaking with excitement all of a sudden. I was so happy that she wanted me despite me only having 5 months of experience from last year. I asked for the address, and what she gave me sounded familiar. It was close to our school anyway. I shared the good news with my mom, but she didn't seem particularly pleased. "You should enjoy being a teenager sometimes, Charlotte. Learn how to quit if things start to stress you out." I just smiled at my mom's concern. The next day, I finally arrived at the address the woman gave me. I pressed the doorbell, and unexpected faces appeared at the door. My face turned white as a sheet when I realized that they were Mason's parents. Did that mean I was going to be my crush's private teacher? I had a funny feeling in my stomach. My hands started to shake. The thought of being in a room alone with Mason gave me confusing emotions. I was terrified, excited, and anxious all at once. I'd never talked to him in my entire high school life because why would he notice me? I wasn't like his girlfriend Mandy, who was the definition of a goddess. Each session was planned to run for 2 hours every weekend. Mason is a stubborn boy. He hates to study, so please do everything you can. We're counting on you, his mother said. He needs to graduate and go to college. I can't wait for him to help us in one of our businesses, his father added. And I was already feeling the butterflies in my stomach from the pressure and other things. After finalizing everything, his mother led me to the study room to start my first teaching session. He wasn't in there yet, so I took some time to calm myself. I gasped when he suddenly appeared from behind me. He'd clearly just got out of the shower because he looked so fresh in his white t-shirt, and his hair was still wet. "Hey there, you must be the tutor," he asked. It was officially our first conversation in my entire life, and I tried my best to speak. "Yes, I am. So, shall we start? You look familiar," he said with narrowed eyes as he leaned his face closer to mine. I felt my heartbeat in my eardrums as I leaned away from him. "You don't recognize me?" A light bulb seemed to appear above his head. "Oh, right, you're that girl who always sits in the last row." "Yes, that's me. I'm Charlotte, in case you didn't know my name." I had to get a grip and be like a proper teacher. "Okay, Charlotte, but before we get started, let me tell you something." "What is it?" "I can make your job easier by doing nothing. Just do your thing there." "No, Mason, your parents are paying me to teach you, so I have to do my job," I said firmly. "I won't tell my parents anything, and you shouldn't either," he said as he put on his AirPods and started playing on his phone. Unbelievable! We finished the 2-hour session without me doing anything, and I felt guilty. Before going home, Mason's parents asked me how the session went, and I felt terrible lying. I didn't sleep well that night as I was brainstorming how to convince him to study. I was more anxious the next day. They reminded me to do my best because they wanted Mason to pass his final exams. As soon as I opened the study room door, a hand immediately pulled me in. "What do you think of this? Do you think a girl would like this as a gift?" Mason opened a jewelry box in front of my face and revealed a diamond bracelet and necklace. I was speechless for a moment. He was so generous to give me a gift as expensive as that. "It depends if the girl is into material things, Mason. But yeah, they're beautiful," I said. "Thank goodness, I'm kind of nervous right now. Today is me and my girlfriend's first anniversary," he revealed with sparkling eyes. "So this is him as a boyfriend. Ugh, Mandy is so lucky to have him." He opened the window, and I was surprised when he pulled someone in from outside. It was Mandy. How in the world did she manage to get up here? "Hi, Charlotte," Mandy greeted me, and before I could even reply, the two of them started kissing right in front of me. "Happy anniversary, babe. This is my gift for you." Mason then gave her the jewelry box, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, this is beautiful!" She looked so happy with the gifts that she put them on right away and started taking selfies from every angle. She busied herself inspecting the diamonds and taking pictures of them to post on her Instagram and Snapchat, while Mason just stood there looking at her. "Let's go to your bedroom, babe. I need to change my clothes and touch up my makeup for more pictures," she said. I cleared my throat before butting in. "Excuse me, guys, but just a little reminder that we're having a private teaching session right now. We have a math quiz tomorrow, and you have to pass it this time, Mason." I gave him a stern look. "Don't worry about that, Charlotte. I can pass it," he said confidently. Mandy then dragged him out of the room. I wanted to scream in frustration. I wanted to tell his parents what was going on, but what if he got mad at me? Why was he like this? I was sure he could do better, and why would he allow Mandy to treat him like that? She was all over his gift instead of him for their anniversary. He was so visibly disappointed. The next day at school, while I was on my way to our first class, Julia, a particularly mean classmate, blocked my way in the hallway. "Hey nerd, I want to copy your answers later for the exam," she demanded, which surprised me. I mean, why would I do that? This girl had bullied me almost every day. "That's not right, Julia. You should study and be prepared. That's your responsibility as a student." To my surprise, she suddenly shoved me, which sent me sprawling on the floor. "Selfish nerd," she yelled at me before walking away with her friends. I turned onto my side and saw a hand offering to help me. "Stop sulking and get up." It was Mason, who then pulled me up. We then walked together to our first class for the first time in my 4 years in high school. And my disappointment in him from last night was replaced with excitement. My day ended with his parents calling me, informing me that I needed to do my job better because Mason had failed the math exam that day. Our next session came and I found him sleeping on the couch in the study room. I tried to wake him up, but he didn't even stir. Should I tell his parents this time? He was overdoing this already.
Till you've graduated university. Pearl stared at him in shock, then screamed angrily and left. I was so touched by Mr. Hammond's words, I finally decided to tell him about my inheritance and my greedy family. He was shocked, and the next thing I knew, he had legally adopted me, and we went in person to tell my family the news. Their faces were just priceless. I was the owner of my money now, and I had big plans for it. I set up a school for poor kids, and now I teach there whenever I can.
My head was pounding as I slowly woke up.
She's awake!
Your Highness, you're awake! Huh? Your Highness? What was happening? Hey there, I'm Bella, and I'm about to take you through a whirlwind of royal troubles. Ready for some royal chaos? Hit that like button and subscribe. Right after waking up, the doctor came in checking on me and asking a bunch of questions.
You've had an accident. You've been out for 3 weeks. Do you remember your name? Can you name an animal that starts with E?
Good news, I knew my name and my family's names. Bad news, I couldn't remember anything about my life. And here's the shocker, the doctor said I might never get my memories back. I was super confused when my family came rushing in. My sister Aurora, just a year younger than me and a huge gossip, tried to update me on all the royal news, but my mom stopped her. Let her be, she just woke up.
But Mom, she'll want to know everything, right Bella?
Aurora, that's enough!
That's my dad, the king.
Bella, you gave us a fright. No more football for you.
You need to rest now, Bella. I was surprised my parents didn't hug me or kiss my forehead. I mean, I just woke up from a coma. Later, Aurora snuck back in and started telling me about my life, which sounded pretty awesome.
You're a star athlete, you have a boyfriend named Vincent.
A boyfriend? Where is he?
And you're a total rebel. You never listen to Mom and Dad.
A rebel? But why?
Because they want you to marry some prince. But you're in love with Vincent.
Why? Don't they like my boyfriend?
He's not a prince. You went on 2 dates with him and you were really into him. Your phone was broken in the accident, so you can't check your messages. You two were like lovebirds.
Cool. Is he rich?
Yeah, a lot. His dad is a big businessman, but Mom and Dad want a prince for you. To be honest, they're pretty happy you got amnesia. They hope you'll stop biting them.
Thanks for the heads up, love. I owe you. As I tried to pick up the pieces of my life over the weeks, my only friend was Aurora, who kept telling me little bits of my life before amnesia. One day, Mom and Dad insisted that we do a press release. Ugh, do we have to?
The future queen should certainly do that.
It certainly is not in that outfit. Here, dressed like a princess.
Hey, I never got a press conference after I broke my leg last year.
Aurora, please be quiet now. Not everything is about you. Guards, come take her outside. I was shocked how they talked to her, and she kept screaming while the guards dragged her away. Then, Mom dumped a super frilly pink outfit on me. Just 5 minutes later, Aurora sent me an SOS message. They're about to announce your wedding. As if this outfit wasn't bad enough, now they planned this? I was livid. So, during the announcement, I demanded to speak.
What? Wonderful! Let's hear from our future queen.
But they didn't expect what came next. Ever heard that chickens have impressive memories? Maybe if I were from a royal chicken lineage, I'd remember more. Dad was livid and grounded me for a week, despite my illness.
Sick or not, a future queen cannot act this way.
That night, I was chatting with Aurora when my parents suddenly came in, followed by 3 daughters who looked pretty intimidating, more like butchers than medical professionals. Aurora, leave, now.
Why? What are you planning to do to her?
Then, Mom signaled a bodyguard, and he dragged Aurora away as she shouted,
"Don't listen to them!"
One doctor opened his case, revealing a long, frightening needle. I screamed until everything went dark. My parents were unbelievable, but thank God I had Aurora. Over the weeks, Aurora filled me in on my life before college started. She gave me my diary too, reading that I was super anxious to see my boyfriend. A week later, I was finally ready to go back to college. It was a crazy fancy place where only kids from royal and super rich families study. As Aurora and I walked in, flanked by a mini army of security guards, I spotted him, Vincent, my boyfriend. He stood there with a bouquet of roses and gave me a warm, inviting smile. Aurora winked at me and walked away. My heart was racing. I felt like I was back in my teenage years. Vincent came over, looking at me with so much affection.
Can I hug you?
I couldn't help but smile and nod. As he hugged me, he said,
You look beautiful, Bella. I've missed you a lot. It felt like I was seeing your face everywhere.
We chatted for a while, and he was so polite and respectful. Vincent spent the day introducing me to people, helping me remember who was who from before I lost my memory. I met a few friends, which felt a bit strange, but having Vincent there made things feel more comfortable. Later on, he mentioned that he and my friends planned a party to help jog my memory. That might be too much for me.
I get it. But how about you try the party, and if it feels overwhelming, we can leave and spend the rest of the night just the 2 of us.
His idea sounded good, so I agreed. That evening, my parents said the doctors were coming again, so I was even more eager to head out to the party. Vincent texted, saying he was waiting outside, but how could I sneak past the guards in a fancy dress and heels? I grabbed my heels in one hand and my purse in the other, then quietly climbed out of the window and tumbled into the bushes. Luckily, the security wasn't too tight, so I managed to avoid them and got to Vincent's car. The party was okay, but after just an hour, I started feeling a sharp pain in my body. Vincent quickly called his driver to take me home, and he even paid him extra to keep quiet about it. As I sneaked through the garden to my room, I heard footsteps behind me and felt a bit scared. Come out, or I'll whoop your butt. Then I accidentally bumped into someone, and without thinking, I flipped them over. Who are you?
I'm Dylan, the gardener.
I helped him up. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll survive.
He gave me a wink that made me blush. Girl, you have a boyfriend. Stay focused. Can I ask you something? Do you know what I was like before?
Not really. I'm new in this job, but you kept to yourself. Seemed a bit snobby and arrogant.
Oh, wow. Thanks for being honest. Before he could say any more, Aurora rushed over and pulled me away. What are you doing talking to him? He's just a gardener. The next morning, my parents were really mad at me. Turns out, Dylan the gardener told on me. So, Aurora said we should keep things quiet for a while until things calmed down. One night, feeling really upset, I snuck out and climbed a tree in the garden. I just needed to think. Then I heard a voice.
Why is a pretty princess like you up in a tree?
Oh, it's the snitch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I come up? I've got something to say.
Sure, why not? Dylan tried to climb up, but he wasn't very good at it. When he finally got up, he was all messy. For a cute guy, you're not very sporty.
So, you think I'm cute? That's good to know. Now, what's bothering you?
Honestly, I didn't expect to spill my guts to the gardener, but I guess I just need someone to listen. And you seem genuine, so here it goes. I ended up telling Dylan everything. It was so easy to talk to him.
Man, that sucks.
That's all you've got? You're not great at giving advice.
Can't argue with that. But hey, I stole a chocolate bar from the kitchen today. You want some?
Sure, why not? I ended up staying with Dylan until sunrise. For the next few weeks, I hung out with Dylan whenever I could, and it was great, but I felt guilty. Vincent was a nice guy, and I didn't hate spending time with him either. But as time went on, I started to prefer Dylan's company over Vincent's. It puzzled me why I'd rather spend time with Dylan. Maybe my amnesia and the medicines were really messing with my feelings. Then one evening, I found Vincent in my room unexpectedly. Vincent, what are you doing here?
You've been acting distant. Is something wrong?
I didn't know what to say. How about I show you around the palace?
I was hoping for a different answer, but okay. okay. Let's spend time together.
He kept asking why I was acting different. I dodged his questions, but he persisted. Then we reached the royal jewelry room.
If you need space, just say so. It'll hurt, but I'll understand.
In my rush to change the subject, I quickly entered the passcode on the digital keypad and led him inside. Get ready to be amazed. This is where we keep all the royal jewelry. Isn't it beautiful? Vincent was stunned. Then Aurora burst in.
Bella, why is he here? Mom and Dad would freak out. He needs to leave now.
After leaving the room, Aurora went to her bedroom. Vincent looked at me, clearly hurt.
Maybe I should leave. Reach out when you want to talk, or actually, maybe don't. Bella, you ignore me and act superior. The only reason people respect you is your royal status, and that's just luck, not an achievement.
With that, he left, and I was shocked that he just said that. Later that night, I was jolted awake by loud yelling outside the royal jewelry room. The family tiara, passed down for 5 generations, is gone. I froze. Vincent? But he was with me the whole time. Then a bodyguard approached us.
We found someone on the security footage you need to see.
We rushed to the security room. My heart sank as I watched the video. There was Vincent, hiding the tiara in his jacket while my back was turned to him, looking at Aurora.
Not only are you seeing the guy we've said no to multiple times, but you also showed him the jewelry room? What's wrong with you?
We've been patient with you because the doctor said you needed time to adjust. But this is unacceptable.
And how did he even get in?
Your Highness, our check showed the cameras were off and only started recording when Bella began her tour with Vincent.
Really? Bella, did you think you could outsmart us? What on earth?
I don't know! Please stop yelling at me! Then everything went black, and I fainted. When I woke up, Aurora was by my side, telling me I'd been out for 12 hours. The police were now looking for Vincent. Just then, Mom stormed in. Your father is furious. He can't even look at you. But I'm here to tell you that you're no longer the future queen. We've decided Aurora will take that role. You think I care? Well, guess what? I don't.
But Mom, I don't want to be a princess either. I can't stand it.
It's not up for discussion. And she left us there. Throughout the week, I felt more and more anxious. The guards were always around, keeping an eye on me, and Vincent was nowhere to be seen. One day, as I sat in the garden, Dylan came over. He acted like he was just doing his job, but then he quietly said to me,
Your parents aren't really bad. They're strict and can be a pain, yes, but they never wanted you to marry any prince. Aurora made that up. You should look into it.
How do you know all this?
Us servants hear everything. We catch all the gossip.
Later that night, I went to talk to Aurora in her room, planning to lie to get her to reveal something. Why do you think Vincent stole the tiara?
I think he was upset you preferred hanging out with the gardener over him. He knew stealing the tiara would land you into trouble. Boys are dumb, and when their ego is hurt, they can act dumber.
Did you hear they caught him?
No, they didn't.
Actually, they did. They caught him trying to leave the country. He spilled everything. Aurora, it's time to stop. Of course, that was a lie. Vincent hadn't been caught, and Aurora's explanation for why he stole the tiara actually made sense.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you feeling okay? Did you take your medicine?
I know I wasn't perfect before my accident, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. You didn't need to scheme. If you really wanted the crown, you should have just told me. I would have stepped aside.
Sure, as if Bella, the darling princess, would give up anything. Poor Aurora, always in Bella's shadow. That's what they say. I was happy when you got amnesia. It was my chance.
What chance are you talking about? For a moment, Aurora looked lost, like she'd been caught off guard.
Chance? What chance?
I don't know what you mean. It doesn't matter. I recorded everything you just said. As I tried to leave, Aurora attacked me. We ended up fighting until the guards separated us. I showed my parents the recording. They were shocked and immediately called off the announcement about the crown. They were really mad at Aurora. You've gone too far. How can you hate your sister so much?
Not just her, you and Dad too.
They decided to send her to my royal uncle on the other side of the world, hoping it might teach her a lesson. I wasn't so sure.
I'm just glad the truth came out.
Thanks to you, and all the gossip, I guess. I'm glad I didn't lose.
Let's see, you lost your memory, your boyfriend, and your sister, and the crown, at least for now.
I don't mind. I still have you. Dylan took my hand, and I kissed him.
Hi, my name is Jen. One day, I was sitting quietly in class, listening to our boring teacher ramble on and on. Miss Silva was always super strict with us, and she loved to brag about how only she understood the hard realities of life, since she had once been homeless for a whole 2 hours. When we were assigned projects, and she refused to let me do my chosen project, which was homelessness, she went too far. My dream in life was to become a social worker and help people living on the streets. Miss Silva wouldn't budge though, and she mocked me saying, Jen, with your cushy life, you can't possibly have the perspective to understand this topic. How dare she? everyone in my class laughed. I had been known as a spoiled girl throughout high school because we were well off, and my classmates must have agreed with her. I complained about it to my friend Carol, who agreed that Miss Silva was mean and out of line. But then she said, "Yeah, but it was pretty funny too. I mean, you are very spoiled, and you wouldn't survive half a day on the streets." I replied, "Seriously, Carol? I might look spoiled to you, but I'm not. I could make it as a homeless person for a week, if not more." Carol laughed and said, "Sure you can, princess. If you're so confident, why not try it out? In fact, I dare you." You know what? I will do it. I'm not afraid to try. You challenged the wrong girl. Dare accepted. After that, Carol and I decided that she would film my journey of being homeless for a whole week. I was actually seriously scared about the idea. What was I thinking? A whole week! I might die from hunger, or get eaten by a predator, or get sick and die of hypothermia. But something in me wanted to go through with the dare. I wasn't gonna give up. My mom, of course, hated the idea. She even threatened to ground me to make sure I couldn't do it. She warned me that life on the streets was dangerous, especially at night. But I wasn't going to go crawling back to Carol and tell her that my mommy wouldn't allow it. I was going to do it with or without my mother's approval. My plan was that on the days when I was supposed to be at school, I would claim that I was sick. Instead, I would sit on Main Street in dirty clothes to blend in with other homeless people. But every night, I would go home and sleep in my own bed. On an early Monday morning, before school, Carol and I started packing my bag with stuff from my locker and home. I had brought way too much stuff from home, but I wanted to be on the safe side. When we were about to leave, Carol had one more dare. She wanted me to set up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city. At first, I refused, as I could end up in real danger, but Carol refused to negotiate. Instead, we made a deal that I could call 911 if anything were to happen. I began to feel weird about the whole thing. Some people were giving me wary looks, though most just pretended I wasn't there. The neighborhood looked pretty scary. It took a long time to decide where to set up. There was an empty convenience store that had gone out of business, so I decided to settle down in the doorway. I sat down and placed my Nike hat on the ground. Carol offered some last-minute cookies, but I refused as I wanted this to be as genuine as possible. Homeless people find their own food. Carol filmed me for a brief time and said, "This is Jen on her first day as a homeless person. Good luck!" And then she went home. Sitting in the doorway made me sore fast. I ended up leaning on the newspaper-covered door. I felt so nervous. How did homeless people do this? I tried to pass the time by daydreaming about me and my crush from school, Erin, but that only lasted a few minutes. Finally, someone dropped a few coins in my cap. I smiled and said thank you. The soreness started to become too much. Time for a stretch, I thought, getting to my feet. The minute I stood up, though, a mangy-looking, middle-aged man with a long, scraggly beard and black, glittering eyes confronted me. "That's my spot," he growled at me. For a split second, his tall, looming figure unnerved me, and I got ready to run away. The next moment, however, a voice in my head spoke up. "If you don't stand up to the likes of him now, the whole week will be your personal hell." The thought charged me, and I dug my heels in. "Beat it, old man! I was here first!" I tried to imitate his way of speaking. His frown deepened, and he raised his hand. With a flash, I swung my backpack off my shoulder and straight into his stomach. "Ah!" He groaned, doubling over. In my heart, I congratulated myself, thinking I'd won. The next minute, however, the man looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Get her, boys!" That's when I saw two equally mangy-looking boys emerge from the shadows. They both grinned evilly as they stepped towards me. Before they took another step, I threw the cap with the coins in the man's face, which caught him off guard and gave me time to turn on my heels and run. Behind me, I could hear him yelling at the boys to get to me faster. People around us were starting to stop and stare. I didn't have time to ask them to intervene. I pushed past everyone, heading towards the busy roads. I had a good head start, so I was hopeful I could get away from them. I realized, though, that they were hot on my heels, and as I passed a grocery store, I bumped into a woman with a trolley. "Damn!" I cursed as her stuff went flying. "I'm so I stopped as I saw the woman was none other than Miss Silva. "Jen?" She gasped, shocked. Before I could run away, she grabbed me by the arm. The boys had almost caught up to me now. When they saw me with Miss Silva, they assumed I'd gotten into trouble. Giving me one last look of anger, they turned around and went back the way they had came. I, however, was stuck with Miss Silva, whose shock was being slowly replaced with rage. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked sharply. I briefly explained to her the bet her insult had led to. She looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, Jen. This isn't what I wanted you to do." I gave her a quick hug and made her promise she wouldn't tell anyone. To my surprise, seeing how determined I was to get through this, she agreed. Then she asked me where I would be and promised to come check on me every day. Realizing she wasn't as bad as I thought she was, I returned to look for another spot around the same area. The next few days passed without any more fights, and I quickly learned about life as a homeless person. It's true that I still slept in my house as soon as it got dark, but during the daylight hours, I was struggling to survive. Carol came every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure I was still there. She'd make fun of me every time about the way I looked. I wasn't taking care of my skin and I started getting pimples. My hair looked bad, and I'd really started to smell. I got used to it pretty fast though. I also learned how to deal with homeless people. They weren't as bad as I'd first thought, and they were actually pretty nice to me. They shared their food with me and told me all kinds of tales about themselves. Soon enough, I had some homeless friends who were very good people. On the final day of the dare, I was already excited about going back to normal life. But that day, something weird happened. A man stopped in front of me. He had a briefcase and was dressed in a nice suit. He was eyeing me with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. He asked me if I was homeless, and I said yes. He left to make a call, then came back. He told me that I'd impressed him with my street smarts and standing my ground against that other homeless man on my first day. How did he know all that? If I wanted, he said, I had the opportunity to be on a new reality TV show that was like Big Brother, but with teens. I stared at him blankly. The man explained that this reality show wanted to give back to the community, so they were allowing 2 homeless teens on the show. I fit the picture. I wasn't sure what to say as I wasn't really homeless, and it felt wrong. But I loved reality shows, and this was an amazing opportunity I'd never have otherwise. The man took my silent contemplation to mean yes, and the next thing I knew, I was signing an agreement to be on the show. Before I could admit the truth of my situation, he had got my cell number and was gone. I sat there in shock for a few minutes. Later that day, I went to the soup kitchen, which was packed, and had actually decent soup. Some of the ladies were nice and let me wait in line with them. However, as I was waiting, I soon saw things devolve into chaos. There were too many people who needed food and not enough staff to hand it out. It even seemed like there might not be enough food. Some of the people in line started mobbing and fighting each other to get to the front of the line. I hurried behind the counter and started handing out food alongside the volunteers and yelled at people to calm down. I managed to get everything back to normal, and quickly, everyone was happily getting served. After I went back out on the streets, I saw it was about to get a lot harder as it started to rain. All of the homeless people took cover, but I stayed where I was since I wanted to have the full homeless experience, including the very worst parts. After all, if something like that happened at night or when I was too weak or tired to move, I'd be exposed to the elements. Plus, I needed to think about what I had seen back there in the soup kitchen. It was incredibly moving and heartbreaking. Those poor people, so hungry and miserable that they were driven to get into physical fights for food. I wanted to do something, but I felt so helpless. That evening, when I got home, I didn't feel right. The dare had ended, but I still felt bad about the harsh reality homeless people were forced into. When my mom saw me, she was horrified. She said I'd been acting weird all week and that I looked like I had a terrible cold. When I admitted what I'd done, she was furious with me. Then I remembered the offer I received, but telling her about the reality TV show didn't calm her down. At dinner that night, I was quiet, and when my mom asked me why, I admitted, we always have food, so I always took it for granted. But today, I saw people fight just to get something to eat. My mom felt bad about what I'd seen, but seemed to think that was just the way things were. I wasn't so convinced though. There had to be something I could do. That night in my room, I couldn't sleep or stop my negative thoughts from cycling around my head. Maybe it was because of all the homeless friends I'd made and how frustrating it felt not being able to help them. So, in the middle of the night, I made up my mind. I'd go on the reality show so I could win money to help my friends. When I told my mom, she was supportive, although she was worried. You never know what crazy stunts these reality TV shows will pull. I told her not to worry, that I'd be able to fend for myself. Besides, I had to do this to help my friends. It was lucky that I called the director when I did, because they were just about to start filming the show. As it turned out, my mom was right about the show. For some reason, the director decided to focus on me and encouraged me to be mean to the other contestants. He wanted me to do things like steal their food and even call them names. I guess they wanted to paint me as a villain or something. At first, I went along with it, because if I won, I could help so many of my friends. But the director kept pushing me further and further. And the worst thing was, he'd smile his creepy smile and say, "You know you want to." Ew, no, I didn't. Finally, when we were on the streets filming one day, they got me to pick a fight with a girl who was sleeping under a plaid blanket. I almost said no, but I knew the director would boot me off the show if I argued. So I went for it and shook her awake. When the girl came out, sleepy and disoriented, my jaw dropped. It was one of the friends I made while I was living on the streets. You jerk! I exploded at the director. How dare you torment homeless people when you know how vulnerable they are? You're sick! The crew put down the camera, and my friend hurried away before I could explain myself. Meanwhile, the director's face was beet red, and he said with a sneer, "The award had your name on it, but now you're getting nothing." And that was that. I was booted off the show. At least my conscience was more or less intact. I was livid. The show had been completely corrupt. It made money off homeless people who didn't know any better and were desperate for money. When I called Carol, she agreed that the directors and the crew were complete psychos, but brought up how she had filmed me. That gave me an idea. On the day that the show was to premiere, we decided to take our revenge. Some of my tech-savvy friends helped us post the videos Carol had made of me on social media. Now the whole homeless reality show was ruined, as it was revealed I was never actually homeless. The show was publicly criticized, and the director received threats from angry people, and he tried to sue me for his losses. Luckily, Carol's mom was the top lawyer in town and represented me. The case got a lot of press, and big lawyers got involved. But in the end, I won. All the judge had to see was some footage of the show and how it took advantage of homeless people, and she ruled that the entire show was unethical and misleading. Best of all, though, was what she ruled would happen to their profits. All of it would go to help the homeless. So, in the end, I did receive some criticism for pretending to be homeless. It was a risk posting those videos, but one I definitely didn't regret. The most important thing was that I helped my friends and other homeless people too. One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really weird. "Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home?" "No. She's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight." I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me a $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside, so I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily." This was so weird, but before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined, but I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, "Who is that?" She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said, "Olivia, is that you? Oh my God, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember?" What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, "Dad, I can't believe you're back!" Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. "What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead!" Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said, "Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that." Olivia said, "Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better." Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, she'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face. Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom doing her makeup was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, "Dad?" Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, "Oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know." Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said, "Your mom and I got married when we were 19 too." "Oh, Dad," I said. "Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend." Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said, "Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away." Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, "You can stay in the basement with Brad." Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said, "Your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me." Olivia replied, "Well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice." Brad said, "Look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving." Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that." It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly, and he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him, so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said, "Hey, what happened to your dad?" Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said, "Girls, your mother and I are getting married." Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen. After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said, "What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement." Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left. I will never, ever forget." Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text. "I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room." I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out, "Hey babe, let's watch a movie, but only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me." I told him that I wasn't done with it yet, because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous. He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said, "Did the new shipment come in yet?" Brad said, "Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here." Henry said, "That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy." After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said, "Your family's weird. We should break up." I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied, "Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades." It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back, "That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money." I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said, "I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Mom said, "Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too." Olivia said, "Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian." Mom said, "Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen." Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me, "You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand." I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said, "Listen, you little..." But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me." What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me. Isabel said, "I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?" Olivia said, "Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too." Isabel asked if they should take me, too, and Olivia replied, "We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway." They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said, "Hey, babe, I've missed you." She finally managed to whisper, "Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?" Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said, "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said, "Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now." So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
Hi, my name is Rosalind, and I'm from Scotland. My parents passed away when I was a kid, and ever since I used to live with my granny, who ran a hot dogs food truck. And even though she was an old lady, she was a fierce creature. Once, when I was 8, I saw a man stealing some hot dogs, and as I started shouting, he ran for his life. Just then, Granny threw a big corn dog that hit him right in the head, and he fell to the ground face flat. And then she went and sat on him until the cops came. She was my superhero. After the rush hours, I'd often accompany her to homeless shelters, where she'd give away leftover food to poor kids. I'm afraid I don't have any more for you, little one. But here, I got this chocolate for you. Suddenly, Granny turned to me and hugged me. "Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. I always want you to be like your name, Rose, kind and soft, but when needed, I want you to be fierce and strong, okay?" "Yes, Granny, I'll always remember that." Time went by, and when I was in the 8th grade, I came home one day to find Granny all sick and lying in bed. I immediately ran to the hospital and got some medicine. But on my way back home, I saw a man trying to snatch a purse from a lady in an alleyway. I quickly ran over and kicked him hard. I tried to stop him as he escaped, but suddenly the lady held me back by my hand. "Lily, what are you doing here?" "Lily? What? Who?" "The thief! He is running away!" But she kept staring at me like I was some kind of ghost. And then she started pulling my hand. "Come with me!" Ugh, she was crazy! I bit her hand and ran away. The next few days, I was busy looking after Granny, but her condition was getting worse and I was running out of money. One day, I heard a loud knock on the door, and when I opened it, I was shocked to see it was the same lady from the alleyway. She told me her name was Emma, and she worked for a huge multinational company. But I didn't care. I was ready to kick her out. But then she whipped out her phone and showed me a picture of a girl who looked exactly like me. What, the frying potatoes? Now that she had my attention, she convinced me to go with her to a hospital where she'd explain everything. There, I saw the girl lying in front of my eyes on the hospital bed, my perfect doppelganger. It was so freaky. "This is our young miss, Lily. She's in a coma right now, but we need you to replace her." "What? You want me to go into a coma in her place?" "No, we want you to live as Lily in her place." Suddenly, a tall, handsome man came in and looked at me, stunned.
"Oh my God, this is unbelievable. You look just like Lily. Emma was right."
He introduced himself as Mr. Wilson, Lily's dad, and then he asked me for the weirdest favor.
"Lily will soon turn 16 and inherit the multi-billion-dollar company left by her late grandmother for her. But if the news about her being in a coma breaks out, it will go to the other shareholders and she'll be left with nothing. I just want you to live in her place until she wakes up. That's the only way I can make her future secure. Please help us."
Whoa, this sounded like some really serious stuff, and I didn't want to get involved. "I won't be doing this. I'm sorry." I was about to walk out when Mr. Wilson offered me a deal I couldn't refuse.
"I know your grandma is sick, and if you help us, I'll make sure she gets the best medical treatment."
And of course I said yes, but I had no idea what trouble I was getting myself into. I had to memorize the names and details of all the people in Lily's life before I set foot into her shoes. And God, this girl had the most uncomfortable shoes. I could hardly walk in them. "Remember, no one knows about this except for you, me, and Mr. Wilson, so don't tell anyone, okay?" "Got it." As soon as I snuck off to the garden. Just as I was lying there, I heard a voice. "Miss, you shouldn't be lying on the grass. You might catch a cold." "But I want to." Suddenly, he took off his shirt and put it beneath me. "Here you go." OMG, he was so cute. But then he just started walking away. "Oh, wait, where are you going?" I can't be here with you." But I just pulled his hand and made him sit next to me, and he looked super shocked. He didn't speak a word, but then I inched closer to him and put an arm through his. "I won't eat you, you know." Finally, he started speaking, and we talked for a while. He told me his name was Liam, and he ran errands around the house. And gosh, he had the most gorgeous blue eyes. Before leaving, I gently kissed his cheek, and he blushed so hard. The next morning, Emma came and informed me that we had to attend a big conference at the company. She told me no one would even notice me, but they made me sit on the biggest chair in the room. And everyone was looking at me with melon-sized eyes. Fishes! They started discussing things about the new product that wasn't doing well, and I didn't know what to do. So I picked up a drink in front of me and started slurping it, and it was disgusting.
"What do you think is the reason for these low sales?"
Yuck! Ugh, this tastes like toilet water. Why would anything like this sell? Oh shoot, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. All the people turned to me like I'd cursed them.
"Go on, tell us what you think, Lily."
I'm sure you've seen people gathering around stalls on the streets, but it's not just because the food is cheap. It's because it tastes good. But if we will give them lemon-mixed water, who'd buy it for $20? At first, they looked at me in shock, but then they all nodded, including Mr. Wilson. I thought he was gonna be super mad at me, so on our way back home, I apologized to him for speaking out.
Oh, don't be sorry, Rose. I was really impressed you spoke the truth in front of everyone.
Thank God. That made me take a sigh of relief. When I got home, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as I got to my bed. But sometime later, I woke up to see Liam there, taking off my shoes. Aw, he was such a darling. Liam, you don't have to do that. It's fine. I know you must be tired. I was just trying to. I couldn't resist and pulled him in for a kiss. Whoa, what was that? I think I like you, Liam. But Lily, you're so rich, and I'm just, For a moment, I wanted to tell him who I really was, but I was afraid he might hate me after that. I don't care about anything, Liam. I just want you to know that I like you. I like you too, Lily. The next day, it was Lily's birthday, and there was a huge celebration in the evening, and I was freaking out because I knew no one. Suddenly, a weird-looking guy came to me and asked me for a dance.
Come on, enough of being mad at me, princess. Let's hit the dance floor.
No thanks. I'm good.
Come on, baby. I'm still your boyfriend. And I'm sorry I kissed someone else. But she kissed me first, okay? Sue me. Oh, don't do that. How about we just forget about it?
Ew! He was such a creep. Just then, he kissed me on my cheek. And Jesus, Liam saw him doing that, and he looked pissed. I pushed the jerk away and ran after Liam, but this Romeo guy pulled me back by my hand. Let go of me, you moron. I slapped him hard in the face. But just then, Lily's stepmom came to me and went all bonkers.
Lily, what the heck are you doing? Why are you creating such a scene in front of everyone we know and running after that servant boy?
But
I saw you with Liam the other night as well, but I didn't say anything. Don't get any stupid ideas, Lily. And get back to the party, now!
Ugh, I really didn't like this woman. Later at night, I decided to sneak out and go see Liam. But just as I was climbing down the windows, I heard Lily's stepmom talking over a phone.
I told you to get rid of Lily, and she's still here, roaming around. Don't you get it? I become a major stakeholder once she's gone, and then I'll have all the money and the company to myself, you idiot.
OMG. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I tried to take my phone out and record it, but I lost my balance and fell in the bushes. But now that I knew what an evil witch she was, I had to unmask her at all costs. The next day, there was a big event where everyone was gathered to sign over the company documents, and I was gonna be a freaking billionaire for a while. But just then, something bizarre happened. Stop this nonsense right now. This girl's a fraud. She's not Lily. I am. Holy moly. Lily was standing right in front of my eyes, all fine and well. Oh, Lily, it's not what you think. Suddenly, she slapped me hard on the face. You fraud! You thought you could take over my life and my place just like that? Just then, Mr. Wilson stepped in.
No, Lily, it's not her fault. Oh God, I can't believe you're awake, honey. Now calm down, and let me tell you everything.
Mr. Wilson and Emma took Lily away to another room, and her stepmom glared at me.
Oh, so you're some con artist, huh? I just didn't have a good feeling about you.
Oh, and what about you? Trying to get rid of Lily to get all the money for yourself, you old cow. She looked at me, super shocked, and then she started screaming furiously.
Security! Throw this girl out, now, or I'm gonna have to call the police.
Suddenly, the security guards came running in and threw me out of the house. No, let me go! Mr. Wilson, Emma! But they didn't hear me, and I was kicked out. I wasn't a fraud. I didn't do anything wrong. This was insane. I was just about to go back home to Granny when I remembered how she taught me to be strong and fight for what's right. So I sneaked in through the back door and went straight to where everyone was gathered. Oh, I forgot to give you a little parting gift, Mommy.
What's this?
Oh, don't you remember? The day you were talking on the phone with your secret friend about Lily? I recorded your conversation about how you wanted to get rid of her. Of course, I didn't record anything, but she totally bought my lie.
I'm gonna kill you, you filthy rat!
She pounced at me, but thankfully Mr. Wilson stopped her.
Enough! I can't believe you'd do that. I loved you so much and gave you everything, and you hurt my kid? How could you be so evil? What for?
For the money, what else? Why else would I marry you with your stupid kid? I want all the money for myself, and what's wrong with that, huh? You know what? I'm gonna kill her right now.
She ran towards Lily with a vase in her hand, and that's when I jumped in to take her down. Just then, Liam came running in to help me. Mr. Wilson immediately called the cops and had that evil woman taken away. After all the chaos, Lily came to me. I'm so sorry for hitting you earlier, Rose. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me. And please forgive me, okay? It's fine, Lily. You don't have to. No, I really owe you everything, Rose. I will make sure you are rewarded very generously. And if there's anything you ever want, you only have to ask. And I'll make sure your granny gets the best care. This was amazing. But there was still one person I had to talk to, Liam. He was standing in a corner in complete shock, and I took his hand and led him outside. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you who I really was, but I never lied to you about my feelings, Liam. I thought he was gonna be mad, but he winked at me and said, I know.
The baby was red in the face, screaming at the top of his lungs. I gently picked him up and rocked him back and forth. Hush, little baby, don't cry. I'm here for you, I said. Mom burst into the room. Ugh, you stupid girl. What's taking you so long to feed him? She said angrily. I jumped out of my seat when I saw how enraged her face looked. And get your finger out of there, Mom said. My eyes teared up, and I tried to apologize. But then Mom said, ugh, just go to your room. But this is my room, I said. Oh God, just leave, Mom yelled. You should understand being the oldest sister. The next morning, while I was getting my twin brothers dressed for school and packing their bags, I could hear Mom and Dad screaming at each other in the kitchen. Well, that's how most mornings started around here. Very reluctantly, I walked into the kitchen because I had to prepare my brothers' lunches. Just stop complaining, woman! I'm sick of your constant whining and nagging. I'm doing the best I can. You do your part and let me have some peace for a change, Dad was shouting. I'm doing more than my fair share, Mom screamed back. I'm starting my second job today. What else am I supposed to do with all the brats I'm supposed to be taking care of? Angrily, she turned towards me and said, you can do more to take care of your brothers, Dana. I wanted to say that I was already doing most of it, but I also felt sorry for Mom and wanted to help her. So I just nodded. If she were a boy, she could have helped out so much more. Girls are just useless, Dad snapped. I tried to hold back my tears, but a few rolled down my cheeks. Dad looked at me in complete disgust. That's another reason I don't like girls. They are such crybabies. Just then, my brother Zach, who was a year younger than me, walked into the kitchen. He saw my face and wrinkled up his nose, just like Dad. Hey, dummy, are you making Mom and Dad fight again? You should just stay at home and help out with the chores, you know. It's not like you're any good at school. Well, that was sort of true. Whenever I tried to read anything, I just couldn't make sense of the letters. Letters on a page jumped and danced all over the place when I looked at them. I just ignored Zach, put the twins' lunches in their bags, and started to head out the door to walk them to school. Just as I was leaving, I heard Zach bragging about the A+ he had gotten on his science project. Dad said that Zach was the only child who made him proud. School was the only time I ever had any fun. I was very popular. I was never asked to read aloud in class, and I wasn't even given any written assignments. When our exams came around, I was asked to give my tests orally in a private room with a special teacher. That's why everyone at school thought I was the daughter of some wealthy family, especially because I had just moved into town recently. This went on for 3 years, until Zach ruined everything, of course. One day, when I was hanging out with my friends at recess, Zach turned up at my school with my brothers. Hey, dumbhead! You left this morning without getting your brothers dressed. Your mom is too busy being a janitor in another school to deal with all this. I'm not a babysitter. Stop wasting your time at school and take care of your brothers, idiot! And with that, he walked off, leaving the twins behind. I was so humiliated as everyone stared at me in shocked silence. Now everyone knew I was no one special, just an idiot. I burst into tears, and my class teacher and the principal came out to see what was going on. They told me I could go home early today. I took my brother's hands and left. When I got home, I could hear Dad's voice coming from the lounge. I peeked in to see my dad talking to a creepy-looking, overweight woman I'd never seen before. Dad glared at me, and the woman looked up too as I walked in. She had strange, manic eyes that really scared me. I asked who she was, and she started scribbling something ferociously on a piece of paper and gave it to me. I tried to figure out what the note said, but the words were swimming in front of my eyes. I looked up at them, confused. What's the matter with you, idiot? Can't you read? Dad said in a frustrated voice. He said this was my Aunt Melanie, and she was his sister. She had been missing since she was a kid, and Dad had spent years looking for her. Dad said that she was going to live with us now, and she couldn't speak, so she was going to use notes to communicate. Oh, perfect. My mom didn't look happy at all to see this new sister out of the blue. That is, until she found out that my aunt was a good cook. One evening, when I'd cleared the table and was taking the dishes to the kitchen, I nearly screamed. The whole kitchen looked like it had been turned upside down. There was food everywhere, and it looked like my aunt had used every single bowl and dish we had. Mom peeked into the kitchen and said that she wanted everything spotless immediately. Then she went to sleep. Having my aunt around was a nightmare. She didn't help out with my brothers or the baby or any chores. All she did was cook and make a mess. It meant I had to do all the cleaning. She would stand by my side and wave notes in my face that I couldn't even read. She kept writing notes to my dad about how I was the stupidest kid in the family, which really made him roar with laughter. One day, I heard Mom yelling at Dad that my fat aunt was costing us too much money because she ate way too much and was cooking all the leftovers. We kept running out of food. "You have to ask her to leave," Mom said. "I don't work 2 jobs for her to practice being a master chef." Dad tried telling my aunt that she would have to find somewhere else to live. She looked at him with her crazy eyes, and then she totally lost it. She started making strange noises and throwing pots and pans in every direction. I ducked behind the counter to dodge a plate she had thrown like a frisbee. Dad tried to calm her down, but she just pushed him so hard that he almost fell on the floor. "You're crazy!" Dad shouted, his voice shaking. "I have enough insane women in my life. I don't need another one. Get out, now!" She threw her apron on the floor and walked out of the house. "Get up, you coward, and clean this mess!" Dad snapped at me and walked off. The next day, we were all sitting in the living room when Mom walked in, looking really happy for a change. She said that she had great news for us. Dad didn't even look up and kept pretending to read his newspaper. "I'm pregnant!" she said excitedly. Dad jumped up from the couch like someone had given him an electric shock. "How did you let this happen? How is this good news?" Mom's good mood disappeared in an instant, and she started shouting at him that he was being ungrateful. A child was God's blessing. I just stared at the two of them, horrified. Just then, the bell rang, and a couple of cops walked in and straight up to Dad, saying he was under arrest. They said Aunt Mel had accused Dad of kidnapping her from the women's hostel she used to live in, and because he knew she couldn't speak, he had made her a slave in his house. She said she was made to work day and night, and kept locked in a room without food and water for days if he wasn't pleased with her. She also said that she wasn't even related to him. Dad listened in complete shock and started arguing that none of it was true, but the cops dragged him off to the station. He tried to fight the case, but lost, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. With another baby on the way and even less money than before, I decided I had to get a job while Mom could stay at home and take care of my brothers. I went to school in the morning and pulled double shifts as a waitress in a cafe in the evening. The next 3 years went by with me working my butt off to support the family, but we could barely make ends meet. I kept asking Zach to look for a job too, but he said a genius like him couldn't waste his time working and should only work on educating his brilliant mind. One day, Mom suddenly said, "Dana, since you are no good at school and won't go to college, I think you should get another job instead and help put Zach through college. We can only count on the smart one now to make our situation better." I just stared at her, feeling like my head was about to explode. I'd had enough. Without a word, I took an empty suitcase from the closet and started throwing my things in. Mom kept asking me what I was doing, and I told her I was leaving. I was just done with this family. She looked like she was about to have a panic attack. She started crying and begging me to stay. "I need you, Dana. How will I look after all the kids by myself?" she cried. "It's not my problem that you pop out a kid every year, Mom. You should have been more responsible. You're on your own now." And with that, I was out of the house. I knew exactly where to go. My friend Rachel from the cafe was heading off to a little town by the sea as she'd just accepted a job on a cruise ship. I talked to her, and Rachel helped me get a job as a housekeeper on the cruise ship. It was back-breaking work, but I felt happier and freer than ever before. At least this work didn't require any reading skills, and the other girls working on board were super fun, and we all quickly became friends. They were always telling me how pretty I was. No one had ever said that to me at home. Rachel was really wild and crazy, and even though the staff couldn't mingle with the guests, I would often catch her sneaking away and flirting with the cutest boys on deck. One day, she came in wearing an oversized, expensive blue sweater, and she said one of the boys had taken it off and given it to her because she was feeling chilly. The next day, she was sharing a box of chocolates another admirer had gifted to her. "You should try being friends with one of the boys, Dana. The rich ones, of course. The others aren't worth the time." She giggled as she stuffed her face with chocolate truffles. One evening, just as I had hit the bunk bed after a really long day at work, Rachel walked in dressed up in a gorgeous red gown. She was holding a deep blue one in her other hand, which she threw at me. "Get up and get dressed. We're going to a party," she said, grinning. I tried to tell her we weren't allowed, but she hushed me up by saying she'd been invited to the party by one of the boys, and she could bring a guest. Also, no one was going to recognize us out of our ugly uniforms. Well, that was probably true, I thought to myself as I stared at my reflection. I felt like a princess in the dress. As we entered the main hall, I looked around in awe. It was so grand, and it was full of very obviously wealthy people. Just then, A guy turned around and looked straight at me, and my stomach filled with butterflies. He was just so gorgeous. He smiled and walked over to me and said he would be happy to dance with me. I blushed as we joined hands and walked towards the dance floor. He told me that my blue dress matched the color of my beautiful eyes. Before the evening was over, we had fallen in love. It was a whirlwind romance after that. We couldn't stay away from each other and were always sneaking off to some part of the ship where no one would spot us. Late night moonlit walks on the deck, secret meetings during the day whenever I could manage to get away from work. It was the best few days of my life. One day, he had sneaked away from a dinner party to come to my room, and as we were kissing, the door suddenly burst open. It was Charles's mom. She looked at me with a disgusted expression. "Charles, you chose this maid over Mary? Wait till your father finds out!" She turned around abruptly and left, with Charles running after her. I stood there, in shock and anger, my legs shaking. I saw no sign of Charles for the next 2 days. I kept hoping he would come find me or at least send me a note. Nothing. Seeing how miserable I was, Rachel arranged for me to be one of the waitresses at a private party his parents were hosting that night. That way, I'd at least get the chance to see him and maybe talk to him. As I entered the hall, my heart skipped a beat as I spotted him instantly at the dinner table with 2 gorgeous girls on each side. His dad rose from his chair at the head of the table and cleaned his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention.
"Mr. Beaumont and I have been in business for a very long time now, and we have decided to make that connection even stronger by joining our 2 families. It is with great joy that I make this announcement. My son Charles is engaged to the beautiful young lady sitting next to him, Mary. They are to wed next month,"
Charles's dad said. My heart stopped beating. I looked at Charles's face, and there was no sign of regret. He turned to Mary with a huge smile, took her hand, and kissed it as everyone cheered and clapped. Before I even realized what was happening, the tray of glasses in my hand had come crashing down to the floor, and everyone was staring at me. You people with all your money, you're all so shallow and awful!" I screamed. Everyone just looked at me, stunned. Charles looked furious. His mother signaled a security guard to remove me from the room, and just as he was walking towards me, the whole ship shook, and we heard a loud cracking sound. Everyone in the room started screaming and running out of the hall in a panic. Soon enough, the captain started making announcements that the ship had hit an iceberg, and it was going to sink. People cried and screamed in horror all around me as they clung to one another. All the crew started to prepare for an evacuation. As I ran out of the hall, I heard someone call out my name. I knew that voice. It was one of my little brothers, and he was on the ship with the rest of my family, all except for Zach. Shocked to see them, I asked what they were doing here. They said Mom and the family had followed me when I left, and they had been on board all this time. Mom had hurt her leg and was in her room. I felt so scared that my whole family had followed me straight onto a sinking ship, leaving them with a steward. I rushed down to Mom's cabin. "Mom!" I hugged her tight. "We have to get out of here. Let me help you up." "Where are we going to go?" Mom started crying. "Zach called your dad in prison and convinced him to sell the house to pay for his college tuition. Your dad was so angry with me that he agreed, and everything was in his name. We're homeless now." I was furious hearing that, but I wasn't shocked at all that Zach would do something so selfish. We heard another loud sound, and I told Mom that we had to hurry and get out of here. Up on the deck, I could see that people had started to leave the ship on the small lifeboats. As I put life jackets on my brothers, I could see Charles screaming like a little girl as his boat was being lowered into the water. What a pathetic loser. As we sailed off into the cold, dark sea in the night, I looked over at my mom and little brothers. They all looked completely exhausted. I promised I would always take care of them. My brother tugged at my sleeve and said, "That was awesome! We're on an adventure, and it's gonna be really fun, right?" I looked down at his excited face and smiled. "Yes, it will."
Hi, my name is Aura, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. I live with my granny, and she's pretty much the only person I'm close with on this planet. After my mom and dad passed away, she took me in and raised me. But growing up, I didn't have many friends. I was always focused on my studies, and that's how I was able to bag a scholarship to one of the finest schools in the city. But things took a wild turn in the 10th grade. It all started when I decided to ride my bicycle to school one day. But just as I was about to park it, I tripped over something, and my bicycle went crashing into a car nearby. Shoot! The car looked really expensive, and now it had a dent the size of an elephant. I was the queen of broke people. I'd never be able to pay for the damage. I had to get out of here, but just then, 2 evil-looking shadows showed up behind me, and one of them caught me. Look at that. She ruined your car, and now she's running from the crime scene. Holy Jesus, not the terrible 2! Jacob and Adam were the 2 richest and hottest kids in school, but everyone was scared of them because they were really big bullies. And now I rammed their car. This was the worst day ever. I wasn't running, and I didn't ruin it on purpose. I just accidentally... Oh, Kitty. Accidentally or not, you're gonna have to pay for this. Listen, man, I can't pay for it. You want my bicycle? You can have that. You're making jokes now? You better arrange the money or else. Oh, God, what was I gonna do about these bullies? And just then I remembered I'd seen them bullying a kid really badly after school recently. So I just blurted out, I know your secret, and I'm gonna tell it to the principal. What secret? I know what you guys did last Monday. For a second, they looked stunned, but then Jacob screamed, What? How? How do you know that? Judging from their freaked out faces, I could tell it was something else, and something really big that they'd done, and they thought I knew? This was perfect. Well, I'm not gonna tell you here. I'll tell you in front of the principal. Let's go now. No. Wait, we can talk this out. Yeah, and you don't need to pay for anything. Here, let me check if your bike's broken. I'll buy you a new one, as many as you want. We'll do anything you say. We'll be your errand boys, but please, just don't tell anyone. What in the father freaking world? The two most powerful senior guys in school were totally at my mercy, and I didn't even know why. But I pretended to keep it cool because I didn't want them to know I was bluffing. Sure, then how about you start with carrying my bag? It's so heavy, my hand hurts. As I went around school that day with these two acting like my personal bodyguards, kids were looking at me like I was a magician who had the terrible 2 wrapped around my finger. The next day, as I stepped out of my house, Jacob was already waiting for me in his brand new car. This was just getting better. Hey, I'm here to pick you up. So tell me, do you want to go to the beach today or the movies? What? No, I want to go to school and attend my classes. I have to submit my assignments next week. Aw, come on, Aura. You should enjoy yourself and not study so hard. Adam can do your assignments. He does mine all the time. No big deal. That sounded good, but I wasn't sure if I trusted them enough to hang out with them outside school. What if they planned to kidnap me because of whatever their stupid secret was? So I insisted on going to school. When we reached there, they kept following me around. At first, it felt like I was some princess, but as the day went by, I realized this was a big problem. I had ballet practice after lunch, and just as I entered the girls' changing room, all the girls started screaming. When I turned around, I was stunned to see those 2 morons had followed me in. Have you both lost it? This is the girls' changing room. All the more reason for us to be here, right, Adam? I pushed them out and locked the door from inside. But when I went to the dancing room, they were already there, dressed in ballerina's clothes and dancing like toads. What the frickin' crabs? What are you guys doing? You don't have to follow me everywhere. Yes, we do. We can't risk it. What if you go and tell the principal behind our backs? I won't do that. Well, guess what? We don't trust you. They just wouldn't leave. And when it was my time to perform, they both started cheering and hooting like they were my craziest fans. What could be the big secret that was making them do all these things to keep me from going to the principal? But as much as I wanted to know, I wanted to get rid of them too. The next day, I left home before they could get here. And even at school, I was on my toes watching out for them. Then during lunchtime, this football jock at school, who I had a huge crush on, came and sat next to me. You're the popular girl who tamed those rich brats, and I'm impressed. I like strong and dominating girls like you. How about we go out? Adam picked him up by the collar and threw him out of the seat. How about I give you a taste of strong and dominating guys? Adam, stop! What are you doing? As soon as Adam let him go, he just ran away. Ugh, why did you do that? He was gonna ask me out. He asks everyone out. He's a jerk. Oh, have you looked in the mirror lately? You're the bigger jerk here. With that, I pushed him aside and stormed out of there angrily. Later that day, I was in the library when I saw that football jock kissing some girl behind a bookshelf. Adam was right. He really was a jerk. I picked up a book and tossed it right at his head. Ouch! Well, he deserved it. After that, I went back to solving my math assignment, but I was getting none of the answers correct. Easy there, Tigress. Let me help you with those. Help me? Do you even know the... Whoa! How did you do that? I was stunned that this guy who looked like he probably bought his grades with his dad's money was actually good at studying.
He helped me with my assignments, and honestly, I was starting to feel that he wasn't so bad after all. Just as I was about to apologize for calling him a jerk earlier, Jacob barged into the library. Thanks for keeping an eye on her while I was away. Of course, Adam was just here to babysit me. I felt so dumb thinking he might be nice 2 seconds ago.
So, who's ready to go and watch the new Spider-Man movie?
OMG, I'd been waiting for this movie for months. I screamed so loud with excitement that the librarian kicked us all out. Later that evening, when we stepped out of the movies, it was pretty chilly. Suddenly, Adam took off his jacket and wrapped it around me. Such a good actor he was. I knew if it wasn't for their secret, he wouldn't care even if I was screaming for help. Soon after, he ran ahead to get the car, and that's when Jacob took my hand and suddenly pulled me close. Whoa, what are you doing?
Oh, come on. I can clearly see you're interested in me. That's why you're playing the blackmail game, to keep me close.
What? In your dreams?
That attitude of yours, it's just got me going crazy for you, babe. How about you give me a kiss now?
This jerk! I was about to push him really hard when suddenly Adam pulled him away and punched him hard in the face. Jacob landed on his butt.
How dare you touch her? What the heck, dude? Did you forget who you are? You're a stinky, low-life rat who lives off my leftovers. And how dare you touch me?
Low-life rat? What was he talking about?
I know who I am, but don't you dare touch her again. 'Cause if you do, I'll shove those leftovers down your throat.
Whoa! It seemed like Adam was a whole different person. He took my hand and then we both left from there. All the way back home, he didn't say a word, and I could feel there was something about him that I didn't know. I was getting more and more curious. When we reached home, I handed him his jacket back, and I just couldn't stop myself. Adam, why did Jacob say all those things about you? I mean, you're rich too.
No, I'm not, Aura. I know it looks like that because I'm always hanging out with Jacob, but I'm a poor nobody.
I don't really understand.
My dad used to work for Jacob's dad, but he passed away a few years back, and I have a sick mom to take care of. Jacob convinced his dad to take us in, and he helps me with money. But basically, since then, I have to do everything he asks me to do.
Oh boy, my heart sank listening to that, and suddenly, I just hugged him tight. Thanks for doing what you did for me today, Adam, and I'm sorry.
Don't be. He totally deserves it, but I really wish you'd never seen us do it. And then you wouldn't be involved with jerks like us.
Seen what? Suddenly, he looked at me with surprise. The secret! He was talking about the big secret. Oh, yeah, totally saw that.
Wait a second. You don't know what it is, do you? Now that I think about it, you never really mentioned it because you don't know what it is.
I panicked, and then you guys assumed I knew your secret.
Aura, how can you even do something like this, knowing how bad Jacob is? If he knows you don't know, he'll... Oh, God, I can't believe this.
He stormed off angrily, and now my heart was pumping like crazy for what was going to happen next. The next day, when I reached school, I saw Adam was still hanging out with Jacob, but his face was full of bruises, like someone had hit him really bad. Of course, it was Jacob. Later, when Adam was all alone in the boys' washroom, I went in. Why are you letting him treat you this way? I know it's Jacob who beat you up.
What are you doing here? And I told you, I owe him. Just stay out of it. I don't want you getting hurt.
But you're willing to get hurt all alone? This is wrong, Adam. You can't let him ruin your life like this. What he's doing to you and the other kids around school, this has to stop.
Yes, but there's nothing I can do.
You can. You've always been with him. You know everything he does. You can go and tell the principal all about it.
But I was there with him in everything he did. I helped him. If I rat him out, I'll be out of school and I'll be on the streets with my mom.
Just then, Jacob came out of nowhere and pinned me against the wall.
So, you're planning to ruin me, huh? You have no idea who you're messing with, little birdie.
And you have no idea who you're messing with, you ugly crow. I smashed my head hard into his face and he fell to the floor crying in pain. Adam grabbed my hand and we ran out of there.
I'm going to the principal. You're right. I can't be a coward and let him hurt everyone like this, especially you, Aura. I'll deal with the outcomes later.
I'll be right there with you. We went into the principal's office and Adam confessed everything.
From Jacob's bullying incidents to the biggest secret of all. After the principal had told Jacob he was going to fail in most of his subjects, Jacob trashed the principal's brand new car one evening. He smashed the windows and the lights and spray painted all over it with Adam's help. The principal immediately called Jacob in and said he was going to be expelled. Since Adam had confessed everything, he was going to be suspended for a while and made to do volunteer work. And suddenly, Jacob went bonkers on Adam. "You filthy moron. I fed you and you backstabbed me. You're done too, Adam. Even if you aren't expelled, you can't stay in this school without me paying your fee. And your mom? Who's gonna pay for her treatments now? It would have been better if you had kept following my orders like a loyal puppy. And now, you're doomed." And that's when Jacob's dad walked in, looking horrified. "That's enough. I had no idea I was raising such a brat. How dare you exploit this poor kid? Adam, don't you worry, son. I'm here for you." Dad, I'm so sorry. "Not a word. Your principal told me everything on the phone, and the rest I've heard myself. I'm sending you to an army school right away." Jacob kept begging his dad, but it didn't seem like it was going to work in his favor. When Adam and I walked out of the room, I turned Rainforest, the guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now please,
Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it. You've gotta be kidding me! I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess.
Grabber queen.
Duchess of poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
You guys stop. You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called a doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, The lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard James talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic! They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders dinner, with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later! He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him!
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Souffle ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me you would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen a suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
The Sleeping Beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you are smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu, so long, farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great! Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Oh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money!
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur. What? More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I lose the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, cause you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology. And our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that and destroyed the technology. And after that, I had to go on the run because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant. So I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. Then I finally recovered my memory a week ago. I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry. Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh God, I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God, was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion.
Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course, my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can…
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you gonna help me with this, or are you just gonna play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully, I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly, someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was gonna kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too. Until one day, I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover. And as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward. It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word. I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do. Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something. Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him. I understand, but you like him, don't you? What? No, I mean, don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever. As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile. Can we talk? I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About us. I've always fancied you, you know, more than violins. I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out. So, did it tickle your soul this time? Yes. Finally.
My mom had two passions in life: overworking in her successful tech firm and making up lies about my dad. He left us when I was a baby, and Mom hated him so much she wouldn't even tell me his name. But once when I was 10, I just wouldn't back down and kept asking, and finally, she caved.
Fine. Your dad's name is Roald Dahl. Can you leave me alone now?
I was so excited. I had a name. I'd find out more about him, which I did only a few days later when our teacher said we'd be reading a famous book called Matilda by Roald Dahl. That's my dad. He wrote this book.
I don't think so, Mila.
He is. My mom told me that Roald Dahl is my father.
Then your mom is lying, and you're stupid to believe her.
The kids in class started laughing, and I was so mad I threw the book at my teacher's face, and I got detention for a week. Growing up, I tried asking Mom's friends about Dad, and I snooped through every corner of her room, always hoping I'd find some clue. And when everything failed, I turned to YouTube. People of the world, I need your help. My dad is lost, and my mom won't tell me where he is. I don't know his name or what he looks like, but I do know that he's very handsome. Like me, my mom looks like a cross between a Dracula and a very sad clown, so I'm definitely not like her. Anyway, I just want to talk to my dad, and anyone who can make this happen will get my really expensive Barbie collection. You can email me on www.mymomisamonster.com. I did get responses, but they were all prank emails and creepy messages. And of course, Mom found out and got that channel blocked by her team of hackers.
All my colleagues saw that video. It's so embarrassing.
I wouldn't be if you'd just tell me who my dad is.
Your dad is a nobody, and I don't want to talk about him. Also, you're grounded.
With time, Mom and I grew further apart. Eventually, I stopped asking her about Dad and focused on school. And even though I was always a good student, my real passion was painting. I worked hard, watched a million YouTube videos, and by 18, I got pretty good. I even applied to a bunch of art schools and got accepted into a really prestigious one. Of course, Mom didn't approve and thought art was for losers. So I decided to prove her wrong and organized a small exhibition for all my paintings. I invited her friends, my teachers, and other artists I knew, and I was super excited until Mom walked in. So, what do you think?
I really thought you were serious about this art school, but I have to tell you, I am so relieved that you're not. I just wish I'd seen your paintings before I wasted my time coming here, not to mention the money you spent on this event.
What? Of course I'm serious about art school, and I've really worked hard, Mom, and you're just insulting me in front of all my friends.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, look at that painting. It's a donkey, for God's sakes.
It's not just a donkey. It's a metaphorical depiction of the pain someone goes through when you load them with expectations. It's art.
No, Mila, it's rubbish. rubbish. Now, I can stay here and give you 10 reasons why you suck, but I just don't have the time. So wrap this up and I'll see you at home. Everyone was staring at me, and I'd never felt so embarrassed in my life. I was still recovering from that when the next morning, I received a call from the art college that Mom had called the dean and withdrawn my application. I barged into Mom's office, boiling with rage. Are you insane? How dare you mess up my college application? I told you, it's a waste of time, and you're not even good at art, but I'm glad you're here. I've decided that you should do an internship at my company this summer and learn about the family business. It'll help you with business school applications too. I'd rather eat a bag of poop than become a stone-hearted computer slave like you. I will never work at your stupid company, and I hate you. I really mean that. I hate you, Mom. I tried talking to the college authorities if they'd consider me again, but they asked me to apply next year. Feeling heartbroken, I was waiting for a cab outside the college when suddenly this hooded figure walked over, threw a note at my feet, and ran away. You're my sun and moon. I'm near you, and I'll meet you soon. Love, Dad. Dad? Jeez, who was playing this idiotic prank on me? I didn't think much of it and tossed the note aside. But then I started getting these dumb notes all the time. With my mail, ones in a restaurant, and even in my school locker. I didn't believe for a second my actual dad would send me these notes. But one day, I opened a book and found a photograph of me as a baby along with a phone number. Feeling curious, I dropped a text, and minutes later, I got a pin location. Of course, I was skeptical, and I knew this could be dangerous. But what if it really was my dad trying to reach out? I'd go there with my pepper spray. That afternoon, I took a cab to the location. I nervously knocked on the door, and this young girl opened it. I'm looking for the man who lives in this house. I think I'm his daughter.
And I'm Beyonce.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought it's a game we're playing. Who lies better? Now get lost, you imposter. I'm my dad's daughter. The only one.
You don't. Before I could finish, the girl went inside and started chasing me around with a paintball machine. As I tried to dodge her aim, I tripped and hit my head, then blacked out. When I opened my eyes with some difficulty, I found myself lying on a sofa with a man next to me.
I think she's waking up.
She's certainly not dead. Hey, ugly eyebrows, open your eyes properly. I'm just 14, and I can't go to jail after killing you with a paintball machine. Stop shaking me.
Oh, thank God you're okay.
The man hugged me tight and told me that his name was John and that he was my real father. You're really my dad? You sent me all those notes?
Yes.
You creeped me out. Why didn't you just get in touch like a normal person?
Because I was scared of your mom.
Dad explained how Mom and Dad started their company together. But then Mom got greedy, started taking on clients for illegal things like hacking into companies' databases and stealing information. When she got busted, she framed him and he went to jail.
I was released a few years later, but I couldn't find a job here, so I went to Spain where I met Estelle's mom, but I missed home, so I came back. Mila, your mom ruined my life.
Dad started sobbing, and I felt terrible for him. Of course, it sounded just like Mom. If she could crush her own daughter's dreams, she could do anything. The entire next week, I met Dad secretly without letting Mom know. He was sweet and really interested in my life. It was nice to have a parent who actually cared. And eventually, I told Dad about how Mom had withdrawn my college acceptance and how angry I was. And Dad suggested I move in with him.
It'll give you time to calm down and we can bond better. I know my house is smaller than you're used to, but it's full of love and care and—
Mold!
What?
Gold! Like golden hour. So good, it'll make your ugly face shine. Anyway, continue.
So, what do you think?
I'm in. And the next day, I told Mom I was leaving for a vacation and went to Dad's. I was looking forward to having a peaceful time, but Estelle was a nightmare. She spiked my food with earthworms, trashed my closet, and wrote threatening messages on the bathroom mirror. And one day, I was hanging out in the food court at the mall with my friends when out of nowhere, Estelle joined us. Did you follow me here? Guys, ignore her. She's, my crazy cousin.
I just had a few questions for your friends. Did you know that Mila farts in her sleep and snores like a hibernating bear? You don't believe me? I have it here on record. Look, look! And that's her picking her nose when no one's watching. Isn't she adorable?
That's enough. Estelle, please get lost.
But I only want to hang out with you. You hate me, right? Is it because I'm not rich like you? Oh my God, it is! My cousin hates me because I'm poor. This is the worst day of my life.
And
Estelle started howling before dropping to the ground, and everyone was staring at us. I even had security come over to ask if everything was okay, and I literally had to drag her out of there. I went to Dad's room to complain, and he calmed me down.
Estelle has had a tough life. Her mom and I never had the kind of money you did, and we were always working to make ends meet. She didn't get our attention and basically grew up alone. She's just acting out. Give her some time to warm up to you.
I could kinda relate to that, so I softened towards Estelle and decided to make an effort. I thought I'd pick her up from school one afternoon, but when I got there, I saw a bunch of girls surrounding Estelle. Hey, double eyes, if I take your glasses away, will you turn blind? And what's with your hideous outfit? Wait, I might have something to make it better. And with that, one of the girls threw mud on Estelle, and she didn't even react. The girl charged at Estelle again. I walked in and pushed her away. Don't you dare! Hey, who the heck are you? I'm her sister. Now, if you don't want me to break your pretty nose, I suggest you buzz off. The girls looked scared and ran away, and then Estelle turned to me. You didn't have to do that. I know we hate each other, but you are technically my sister. It's kinda my job to look out for you.
Aw, you almost made me cry, which never happens. Care for some ice cream? You're paying, obvi.
We actually ended up having a really good time, and Estelle even opened up to me. She told me her mom was in Spain, working to give her a better life. My parents got separated a while back, and I'm only here with my dad for a few months before I return. Will you stay in touch with me after you leave? Don't hold your breath. Estelle had a weird sense of humor, but at least I wasn't the target anymore, and we only got closer. Life was finally looking up until one day I walked into the kitchen to find Dad looking tense over a pile of papers. Is everything okay?
I have no money and the bills are just piling up. If things don't get any better, I might have to pull Estelle from school.
I'm sorry, Dad. Is there anything I can do? I could give you my credit card.
And who would pay for that?
My other credit card?
That's not how things work, Mila, but if you really want to help, there's something you can do which you may not like.
Try me.
Well, I've got information that your mom is building this groundbreaking software for the government. If we could get the back-end codes for it, I could sell them to one of her competitors and we'd have enough money to cover the bills and plenty more. I could even pay for your art school.
You mean you want me to steal from Mom?
Technically, everything your mom's done has been based on my research, so it's mine. I'm only asking you to get it back. Think about it.
I thought about it a lot. Mom had ruined Dad's life and stolen from him. And she was ruining my life too. And she was already so rich. How bad would it be for her to lose one project? So the next morning, I told Dad I'd help him. I had to steal the software files and bring them back to him. But for that to happen, I had to go home first and act like things between me and Mom were okay. As I was packing my things to leave, Estelle walked into my room.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
I heard your conversation with Dad and your plan to steal something important from your mom, and I'm all up for crazy ideas usually, but that feels wrong, even to me. You should trust me. I have a really high IQ.
You don't know what she's like, and she's ruined Dad's life. I'm doing this for him and you.
You tell yourself that, but it's just your way of getting attention. You'll regret it, Mila.
And yeah, I know he's our dad, but
Really? Why are you trusting a guy you just met a month ago?
just go away and play with something, Estelle. You're just a kid. No need to butt into grown-up business.
Fine, don't say I didn't warn ya.
I went back home the next day, and Mom was pleasantly surprised. I've had a lot of time to think, and you're right. I don't want to be a painter and die poor. I'm ready to take you up on the internship offer. If that's open, of course it is. I'm so happy you finally found your way back. Mom hugged me, and a couple of days later, I started working for her. I kept a close watch on Mom, carefully observing her routine. Any chance I got, I sneaked into her office, but I didn't find anything. So a few days later, while Mom was away, I stole the key to her home office from her room, and sure enough, I found the files on her personal computer. The next day, I went straight to Dad's and handed him the flash drive.
Excellent, Mila. Now you can just sit back and relax while I put this information to good use.
Did you really mean it when you said you'd pay for my art school?
Of course, honey. Why wouldn't I mean that?
Well, you've lied about everything you've ever said to me. You can see why I would have trust issues.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
I was so angry at Mom, and I'd been so keen to find you that when I finally met you, I just believed everything you said. But when you asked me to steal from her, I began wondering if you turned up in my life because you actually cared about me, or if you just wanted to use me to get back at Mom. The last few weeks, I haven't been searching for the software. I've been digging deeper into what actually happened between you and Mom. Turns out, the two of you set up a company with her money, after which she found out you'd been stealing money and transferring it to an offshore account. And when she kicked you out of the house, you broke in and tried to kidnap me to extort money from her, for which you were caught and sent to jail.
What? Who's been feeding you all this baloney?
I found the documents of the court case proving you were embezzling, and also the police report of the break-in and attempted kidnapping, plus the restraining order Mom has against you for both me and her. I've seen it all with my own 2 eyes. Oh, and obviously, that drive just has a bunch of nonsense in it. Did you really think you could just turn me into a criminal like yourself? Dad stared at me speechlessly, then snarled and flung the drive into the wall. Just then, the door flung open and Mom and Estelle walked in with police officers who had Dad in handcuffs within seconds.
What are you arresting me for? I didn't do anything. If this girl says I asked her to steal something, she's lying!
Oh, that's not why they're arresting you. You've broken the law by even being in the same room as me. Restraining order, remember? I'll be reporting this as another attempted kidnapping. Dad went kicking and screaming as Mom hugged me.
I'm so glad you came to me and told me everything, Mila. I just wish I'd told you the truth sooner and kept you safe from that man. I had no idea he'd ever reach out to you. I'm really sorry about this and everything else. I haven't been a very good parent, have I?
You can start now, and I know you were just protecting me from the truth. And if I wasn't angry at you, I wouldn't have trusted Dad so easily. Thank God Estelle knocked some sense into me and made me think about his agenda.
Yeah, I'm very smart. Now, my mom's waiting for me in Spain, so can you buy me a ticket? And I hope you have a good life, which may be hard since you're kinda stupid.
I don't like making a lot of trouble or a lot of noise. I just like hanging out with my friends and eating good sushi and being totally peaceful. But if you mess with someone I love, all the peace is gone and my heart burned like 1,000 flaming suns, and I'll become a monster. Before that fateful day when everything changed, I was just a normal, peaceful girl who lived with her parents and did my best in school. Though that wasn't always very good. The kids all knew not to mess with my friends because I would lose my mind and yell and scream and make their life horrible until they apologized. But when they did, I would just say thank you and go back to normal. I had no idea this little quirk of mine would change my life forever. I was on my way to meet my friends at the public garden on the bridge when I saw 4 guys surrounding them. But the guys all had their backs to me, so all I could see were my friends' faces, and they looked so distressed. I swear my friend Miyumi was about to cry. My head boiled and my cheeks turned red. I ran up to them, already yelling.
What are you doing to my friends, you jerks? Get away from us!
I panted like a dog, totally out of breath. The guys were all stunned, their eyes wide and mouths dropped open. Then Miyumi tapped me on the shoulder and said,
Itsuki, they weren't picking on us.
Then why were you about to cry? And you, Akari, I saw your face too. Don't defend these jerks. I know what I saw.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. We weren't harassing your friends. We were just talking to them.
Oh yeah? Then why? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I saw his face, and all the air went out of my lungs. The rage in my heart became utter humiliation, and I wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. It was...
I'm Aoki, and they were just trying to get an autograph. These are my bandmates behind me. I swear, we weren't doing anything bad.
I could barely hear a word he said because all I could think about were the millions of times I danced with my friends in my living room to their videos. It was Aoki from the band Take Back Time, the biggest, most popular band in all of Japan and almost the whole world. When he saw me freeze up, he smiled.
Don't worry. It was really brave of you to stand up for your friends like that. We have to go to prepare for our show tonight, but why don't you guys come? Look, I always carry extra tickets just in case I meet cool people like you guys before a show. And if you want to come backstage after, just say this to the security guard and they'll let you in.
He gave me a paper with the words abracadabra. Aoki sent me. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I like your courage. Maybe we'll write a song about it one day.
They left and my friends screamed with joy, but I couldn't even think about going. I was so embarrassed. How could I do that? Yelling at someone just for being nice? And to the pop group I love the most. While we went to eat and my friends couldn't stop talking about going to the concert, I just kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. Except every time I pictured it, it got worse and worse in my imagination. I even started to believe I pushed him off the bridge and into the water. Itsuki, relax. That never happened. Plus, it was your crazy defensiveness that got him to give us the tickets in the first place. I'm not going. What? Are you crazy? This is the chance of a lifetime. We get to go backstage. Yeah, and I get to face Aoki again, my hero who I've idolized since I was in middle school. Except now, instead of meeting him like I always imagined, he'll always think of me as the crazy girl who punched him and made him cry. That didn't even happen. Well, that's what I remember, and you can't change my mind. So no, I won't go. I'll stay home and eat ice cream and cry. That night, I was home, eating ice cream and crying, when my phone dinged with a text message from a number I didn't recognize. All the message said was, outside. I looked out my window and there he was, the black SUV parked behind him. I assumed in case anyone saw him and he had to run away. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but nope, it was real. Even in my house, I couldn't hide from my embarrassment. I opened the window. I don't have makeup on. I can't come out. How did you find me?
I asked your friends when they came backstage. I just want to talk. I wanted to talk to you.
Talk to me about what?
Come down and I'll tell you.
I took a deep breath, got myself as ready as I could with such a short amount of time, and went out to meet him. Even now, after doing a whole show for hours and dancing and sweating, he looked perfect. I can't believe you came here. Don't you hate me after I yelled at you for no reason?
Hate you? I think you're the coolest person I've ever met.
I think your idea of cool and my idea of cool are two very different ideas of cool. He laughed. I wasn't even sure I'd made a joke. What did you want to talk about?
Before we get to that, do you want to go to the beach?
Now? It's the middle of the night.
I know, but when I'm on tour, I almost never have time to go. Today was my only chance, but I wanted to see you, and I figured this way we could do both.
So, I went to the beach in the middle of the night with a pop star. I guess I still wasn't sure this wasn't a dream. But on the way, we talked about regular things, like how he missed school and what TV shows we liked. And he asked me a lot about myself, and I just blabbed on, and by the time we got to the beach, I actually almost forgot he was famous. He was just a normal boy in my eyes. We sat on the shore, the stars shining, and it was so beautiful, except it was freezing. I tried not to shiver. I didn't want him to think I was uncomfortable and that we had to leave, but I couldn't help it when he asked me,
"Are you cold?"
"No." I stuttered, my teeth clattering. He took off his jacket and gave it to me. Finally, I could relax and enjoy being there.
What I wanted to say to you is, I admire you.
Me? Why? For yelling at you and making a total fool of myself?
Yeah, actually. I'm kind of kidding, but the truth is, my whole life, I could never stand up for myself. I've always been so reserved and shy and, if I'm being honest, scared. But because of what you did, I finally had the courage to stand up to our manager tonight. He has been terrible to me and the others for years, and because of you, we're free of him now.
I didn't know what to say. I had no idea being myself and just defending my friends could have such an impact on someone's life like that. We walked along the beach, and as we talked some more, I couldn't believe how funny he was. And then, out of nowhere, it started snowing. We had been so busy talking, we didn't even notice it got cloudy. He took my hand while we stood there, watching the snowflakes fall. I looked him in the eye. "Thank you for taking me out tonight. I'm having a really good time."
Everyone thinks I'm so happy all the time because of what I do, but to be honest, sometimes all I want to do is talk to someone, connect to someone who doesn't see me as just part of their job. No one has ever said thank you for just spending time with me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Those people don't realize how lucky they are to have you. He looked into my eyes, and that tiny little moment suddenly became an endless ocean. He leaned in to kiss me. I closed my eyes. I couldn't believe it. My first kiss was gonna be with the biggest pop star in the world. Then, a wave washed over our feet and I screamed from the cold. He laughed, and I did too. And then suddenly, a warm light fell over me. It was pink and yellow and purple, and I realized it was the sunrise. We had been there all night. Oh no, I'm gonna get in so much trouble with my parents. He got me back home as soon as he could. When he parked in front of my house, he said,
"If you ever want to come to my concert again, text me and I'll get you in. and use those words and come backstage to visit me.
I leaned over and kissed him. The kiss made time stand still all over again. I swear in that moment, even the sunlight froze. When I pulled away, I was a little embarrassed. I'd done it without even thinking. I wondered what he would say. He just smiled and said,
"The bravest girl I know."
Finally, I went home, but my parents were already awake, and they were furious with me. I apologized, but I couldn't help but smile, which only made them angrier. They sent me to my room and said I was grounded for a whole week, but that was fine with me. For the next few days, all I did was write about that night. I texted with him as much as I could. He even told me about life on the road, the interviews and film premieres and concerts he was going to, and even asked me to FaceTime. Wow, while I'm locked in my tiny room with nothing to do, you're out traveling the world, meeting famous people, singing to thousands, and watching movies that haven't even come out yet.
That's all true. I met all my heroes, and every night I sing to thousands of girls who wish they could marry me, and none of it means anything.
What do you mean? Of course it does. You're making such a difference in people's lives. You make them so happy with your music, and I know the people who meet you love you.
I don't want to sound ungrateful. I love my life. I worked very hard to get here. But the truth is, out of all the amazing nights I've experienced, just sitting with you and talking on the beach under the stars was the best, most unforgettable night of my life.
And then he got quiet and looked so sad it made me want to cry. And that's when I knew, I'm never gonna see you again, am I?
After the Japan tour, we're going straight to America, then Australia, and then England. I won't be back here for another 2 years.
I realized this conversation was gonna be our goodbye. It was the hardest thing I have ever had to do, but I knew it wouldn't work with us, and I thought it would be much more meaningful if we stopped talking on purpose, rather than just slowly falling out of touch over time. As much as I tried not to, I couldn't help it. Tears began just falling from my eyes, and he cried too. I wanted to say so much. I wanted to promise that we would meet again one day. But I knew with him being so busy and me going to college soon and having to work so hard, it wouldn't be possible. So I said the only thing I could think of in the moment, the only thing that was true. I'll never forget you. He was still sad for a while and stayed quiet for a long time. Then he looked up at me and smiled.
Of course you won't. I'm unforgettable.
We both laughed, and for a little while, we even let ourselves forget our sadness. We talked on the phone all night. And again, I didn't realize how long it had been until the sunshine came through my window and hit my eyes, just like it had that night on the beach. And then finally, we hung up. Some years later, when I was in college, I got a message from him. He said he would be in Japan for a concert, and if I wanted to go, he could get me and my friends a couple of tickets. I asked for 5. Me and my friends went, and there he was. It was really nice to see him again. And then, just as the concert was about to end, his bandmates all left the stage, and the lights went out except for his spotlight, and he played a song on his acoustic guitar that no one had ever heard before. The song was called "To the Bravest Girl I Know," and it described everything that happened between us. I didn't tell my friends it was about me. It was special. It reminded me of that amazing night. And then the spotlight fell on me, and everyone turned to look. I didn't feel very brave then, with all those eyes on me.
Come on up to the stage, brave girl,
he said, and everyone clapped when they realized the song was about me. My friends were in shock. I took a deep breath and walked through the crowd. But all the fear left me, and I realized, maybe I really am brave. On the stage, he met me in the middle, putting his guitar on the stand and turned off his microphone so that when we talked, it was only for us.
Hey, I missed you.
Of course you did. I'm great. He laughed, and then, with the whole world watching, he kissed me right then and there. The crowd went crazy with applause. I don't know what'll happen, but for now, I'm just happy being his brave girl. Growing up, the only person who ever noticed me was my big sister Akari. My mom traveled for work so much that I even called Akari Mom when I was too little to understand what was going on. My sister would take me to school where I would sit in silence and never say a word to anyone until she picked me up again. And then I wouldn't shut up the whole way home. But she didn't mind. She liked hearing me talk and she liked playing games with me, like making me look like one of her dolls. She would also give me a makeover using our mom's makeup, or dress me up as a monster and have me chase her around the house.
Rawr, I'm gonna eat your head. My head? Yeah, it's the yummiest part. You really are a little monster. Rawr!
When we got older, our mom moved to another country for work. She asked if we wanted to come, but we decided to stay. Akari had graduated from university and had a real job now, so we didn't have much time to hang out. But every Friday, I would wait for her at the train station near my school for when she got out of work, and we would hang out all weekend. And even though we grew up, nothing really changed, except now we didn't play dress up anymore. Now we dressed up for real to go out to dinner or the arcade or whatever we wanted. We had the best life. The only problem was, I was still too shy to talk to anyone, especially boys. One time when we were at the arcade, I saw a boy staring at us. Akari elbowed me. "He's looking at you, Nozomi. Go talk to him." My cheeks got so red, my hands all clammy. I suddenly froze up and couldn't even play the games anymore. Okay, let's go home. You don't have to talk to any boys. But you know, it would make me really happy if you tried, at least once, for me. Maybe you can talk to a boy for me. Then I won't have to do any work. She gave me a dirty look, but she was only kidding. I knew she was right. I just had no idea how I would ever talk to a boy. Then one Friday, the train that was supposed to arrive didn't come, and suddenly I got a really bad feeling. After 30 minutes, the train finally came, but Akari wasn't on it. I called and called, but she didn't answer. Then finally, I got a call, but it was from a random number. Hello?
Is this Akari's sister, Nozomi? This is the hospital. Your sister was in an accident. She's in a coma.
All the air left my lungs. In the hospital, I found her lying there with her head bandaged. She looked like she was sleeping. They didn't know how, but she fell onto the tracks and hit her head. The doctor said it was impossible to know when she would wake up. From that day on, I started visiting her every day. I usually read to her, but one day I forgot my book, so I just talked. And when I left, I ran into the nurse in the hallway. If you have time, maybe you can talk to him too. He's in a coma like your sister. I think he was part of the accident she was involved with. He was? I think so. But we don't know who he is. He didn't have any ID when he was brought in. He had no one to visit him? I felt so sad. I imagined my sister being here all alone with no one to talk to her all day. Before I knew it, I was in his room. He looked a couple of years older than me. I sat down beside his bed and without even realizing it, I was just talking to him just like I talked to Akari. 30 minutes later, I was finally out of things to talk about. That's when I realized something. You know, you're the only boy I've ever talked to. You're a really good listener. I started bringing 2 books to the hospital every day after that. One for my sister and one for the boy with no name. Something strange happened after I was reading to him for a few days. Every night when I went home, I would think about him and even dream that we met and talked and fell in love. I realized it was ridiculous to fall in love with someone I didn't even know. And the next day, when I read to him, I tried to push the thoughts away. But for some reason, I just couldn't help but think, maybe it was love at first sight. That night, I decided to leave the book I had been reading to him in the hospital closet so I wouldn't forget it. But when I opened it, I saw there was a leather sketchbook inside. I opened it and saw that it was drawings of people at the train station. Every page was a different person. I flipped until I found my sister. I couldn't believe it. I realized then that the nurse was right. They must have been in the same accident, and it gave me a great idea. Maybe if I could find out what happened, I could find out who he was. I went to the train station from his drawings. It was the same one Akari used to come and see me after work on Fridays. I saw a woman waiting for the train. Excuse me, do you know about an accident that happened here a few weeks ago? Yes, I was here. A young woman fell from the platform as the train was coming and she hit her head. She would have died, but then the boy jumped down and picked her up. But as he pulled her away, the side of the train hit his back and he fell too. Whoa, the boy I had been reading to all this time had saved my sister's life. Maybe I wasn't so ridiculous for having feelings for him. Maybe it was destiny. Then the woman pointed to an elderly lady. That older woman, I think it's the boy's grandmother. She's been coming here every day waiting for him. We tell her he's in the hospital, but she doesn't remember. I was so sad to see her waiting there for him. I wanted to tell her what happened. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you waiting for your grandson? Yes, he's never late. I don't know what happened. But I decided if she couldn't remember anything, maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell her something so terrible like he's in a coma and might never wake up. But I couldn't leave her there like that, waiting for him. She had a cane and looked very weak. I'm sure he'll come home soon. Can I help you get home? I walked with her as she told me stories about how kind and wonderful her grandson was. His name is Kenji. He's always drawing. He takes care of me. With every word she spoke about him, I was falling more and more in love. But then I realized, oh no, without him, she had no one to take care of her. After I walked her home, I went to the market and bought a bunch of food and took it to her house where we both cooked while she told me more stories about him. I always tell him he needs to meet a girl and have a life of his own, but he says he doesn't have time for girls. He says it's because of his work, but I know it's because he takes care of me every day. But there is one girl he likes a lot. He always draws her. See? She pointed to a stack of drawings. I looked through them all. They were all of Akari waiting at the train station. I couldn't believe it. He was in love with her. My heart broke into a million pieces. The love I felt for him, it was all for nothing. And what was worse, if they both woke up, they would probably end up together and I would have to watch. Still, I couldn't let his grandmother be alone with no one to take care of her. So every day, I would take the train and find her there waiting for him. And every day, we would cook while she told me stories about how wonderful he was. I had to smile, but I wanted to cry. And every night after visiting her, that's exactly what I did. I cried on the train ride home, on the walk, and in my bed. And every day, I would get up, go to the hospital, read to my sister, and then read to him. And then one day, I stopped reading and just talked. You know, Kenji, you're still the only boy I've ever talked to. And to be honest, the only boy I've ever loved. When you wake up, everything will be different. I'll miss spending time with you, but I hope we can at least be friends. One night while I was sleeping, I got a phone call. Hello? Fantastic news. Your sister woke up and she's doing really well. I ran to the hospital and found her sitting there eating pudding. She smiled big when she saw me. I hugged her so tight she begged me to let go. Before we left, I asked the nurse, "Can I come back to see him again?" "I'm sorry, but we don't allow anyone up here except family. I wasn't supposed to let you visit him at all, but I felt so bad." "Oh, I see. Can I say goodbye?" She nodded and went to Kenji's room. "When you wake up, I'll make sure you and my sister meet again. Oh, and don't worry. I'll take care of your grandmother until then. Goodbye, sleeping boy." I asked if Akari remembered anything, but she didn't. "I heard a boy saved your life when you fell." "Really? I would love to meet him one day." "I'm sure you will. Fate has a way of making things happen." After that, Akari was still too hurt to work, so she just lived with me. But I kept seeing Kenji's grandmother every day to make sure she ate and was doing okay. One day, I knocked on his grandmother's door, and when it opened, it wasn't her on the other side. It was Kenji.
Hello. Are you looking for my grandmother?
Yes.
She told me someone was taking care of her while I was sick, but she couldn't remember your name. Thank you.
Then he gave me a big hug, and all the thoughts I was trying to push away about being in love with him came back. He invited me inside, and we all had dinner. And this time, he had done all the cooking, and it was delicious. While we sat and ate, I realized all the stories his grandmother had told about him were true. He was kind, sweet, funny. Then he asked me to wait while he put her to bed. After, he asked if we could talk outside. I said yes, but to my surprise, instead of going out the door, he went to a ladder that led up to the attic. "Wait, why up there?"
"This is where I go to draw when my grandmother goes to bed. And tonight, there will be fireworks."
He went up and I followed him, even though I hated heights. He led me to a window and stepped out. He sat on the roof, and I sat beside him looking over the faraway city. The lights twinkled like stars.
So, how did you meet my grandmother?
Oh no, I hadn't thought about this part. If I told him the truth, I would have to say that I read to him in the hospital. At the train station, she was always waiting for you. Which wasn't a lie exactly, but now that meant I couldn't even tell him thank you for saving my sister's life. Maybe if I ask him about the accident, it will all come out naturally. But he said he couldn't remember what had happened. I felt so foolish for not telling him the truth just to save myself from a little embarrassment. All he did was be nice to me. I decided I owed him for saving Akari. So even though I would be humiliated and look stupid, I would tell him the truth. But before I could, he said,
I kind of remember a little. There was this girl. I think she fell. I was in love with...
I know.
You know? How could you know?
I saw your drawing of her. Your grandmother showed me. You were in love with her. That's why you jumped and saved her.
Actually, no. I was in love with her sister.
I couldn't breathe. Did he just say what I think he said? He looked down at the ground and said,
Every Friday, the girl from my drawings and I would get on the same train. Sometimes we talked a little. She said she was meeting her sister, and she started telling me about her, what she was like. She was cool and funny, and when she would get off, her sister would meet her, and I guess it was love at first sight. Like we were meant to be. Sorry, I must sound stupid.
Good thing he wasn't looking at me, or maybe he would have seen the hearts in my eyes. Why did you draw her sister and not the girl you liked?
I only saw her for a few seconds every day, but I always tried.
Then he showed me his book of drawings, and all the way in the back, there were drawings of parts of a girl, never the full picture, since he drew from memory but never saw her fully. It was me. I couldn't believe it.
After the accident, I can't remember what they looked like. I went to the station today, but I didn't see anyone who could have been her or her sister. I guess I'll never see her again.
Actually, you're looking at her right now. He turned to me, confused, and then his eyes lit up and he recognized me.
But how? I don't understand.
I put my hand on his and kissed him. Just then, the sky exploded with fireworks. I pulled away and looked into his eyes. It's a little complicated. Let's just say I took care of you. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height.
Hey, how's the weather up there?
The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you.
It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym. So I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was
weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire.
So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that.
I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos when suddenly Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend? Who? Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been, and why aren't you answering my calls? Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship. Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend. You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game. But you can't date her. Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me. I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend. I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too. Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye. Whatever. I'm here, right? I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi. But just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad.
Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now.
Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself. And right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. "Hey, loser. I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked?" "Oh, you didn't see the list yet?" "No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week."
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the Nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. "What? I got selected?"
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad?
We know. Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, "Leave me alone, Kayla."
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. "Mom, Dad, it hurts." They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared.
"Honey, you're gonna be fine.
Don't worry, we're here."
She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. "That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?"
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
"I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here." It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
"I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do?" "We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful."
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster. And that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more.
Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey.
Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I had been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes! I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet, but then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there...
The first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them.
So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families.
I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families?
Of course.
I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation.
You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle.
I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great coffee shop. There's so much catching up to do. Everything worked even better than I could imagine. And it was all because a long time ago I decided if you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life waiting.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning.
happening. But first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other, and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you.
Double jointed, I guess. We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up.
Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job and that stress will just go away.
But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal and glass and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you?
I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison.
Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do.
I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me.
Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life, and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did, though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow.
He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun.
Whoa, you're perfect.
But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend.
So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it?
His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words. So I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too.
Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order.
Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend, too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you.
Bex, does that mean...
It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker,
Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself.
You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now. Like I can do anything.
Anything?
Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his.
Would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready.
I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time. But when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream. I was born to workaholic parents, so I didn't see them much growing up. My babysitter didn't find me too interesting either. She'd spend hours watching TV, watching weird wrestling competitions on the TV, while I would spend endless hours drowning my face in fashion magazines. It was my dream to start my own clothing line someday, and it would be so successful that my parents wouldn't have to work another day in their life and spend all their time with me. When I turned 16, Mom and Dad got me admitted into one of the best schools in the city and took me shopping to get some new stuff. I was smitten by this gorgeous designer handbag. Mom, can I have this, please?
Emma, That's $3,000. We can't afford that. Not after that expensive school.
Really? You work so much, I thought we were rich. Mom gave me a weird look and we left, but I couldn't take the bag off my mind, so I decided to make my own money. I made lemonade stands, mowed lawns, and walked every rich person's dog that needed a run, even ones twice my size. Wait, boy, not so fast! Right before the term started, I'd earned enough to buy a fake bag, and it looked somewhat similar. My first day, the entire parking lot was packed, but just then I found a cozy spot in corner. Slowly, I made my way in, feeling like a pro, until I heard an awful screeching sound. I'd hit a car and made a huge dent. While I was reeling in shock, calculating the damage, a tall boy stopped and stared at me.
Wow, that's as big as the Grand Canyon. Good job.
Sarcasm is not helping, dude. Do you have any idea whose car this is?
Let me see. Looks like mine.
Sure enough, he unlocked the door and tossed his backpack inside. My mind went into overdrive. How could he be so indifferent after I dented his very pricey-looking car? I'm so sorry. This is totally my fault. I'll make it up to you.
Cool. Get it repaired then.
I looked at him confused. There was no way I could afford to repair the damages. Before I could respond, he inched closer, and I swear he smelled like oranges.
Or you could agree to go on a date with me. Your call. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm Caleb, by the way.
He was cute, but I'd barely met the guy. I thought about it hard before saying yes, and later found out that Caleb was freaking rich. His dad owned a multi-million-dollar company, and basically everyone's parents at school worked for his father. He was like a huge deal. Caleb and I went on several dates after that, and I grew to like him. He was a great listener and totally grounded. I want to start a business of my own one day, like a super cute fashion line.
That sounds ambitious, but I'm sure you'll pull through. I can feel it.
A month later, when he asked me to be his girlfriend, he filled my car with roses and a giant stuffed teddy bear. I was happy, but the girls in school just went bonkers. On our first date as a couple, Caleb gifted me an expensive handbag, the original version of my fake one. Wow, that's awesome, but I can't take this.
You're my girlfriend now, and you only deserve the best.
Caleb insisted, and I couldn't say no. It was my favorite brand after all. One day after school, Caleb invited me to his place where he lived all by himself. While he swam in his private pool, I sketched new fashion designs in my journal. What do you think?
Very chic. You know you don't have to work, right? I'll have more than enough money to support us.
I know, but this is my dream, and I want to do this for myself.
Whatever floats your boat, love. Just remember, I'll always be there for you.
That summer, I decided to take a business class at a local community college, and I was by far the youngest one there. Not that I cared. I belonged there. I was busy concentrating on what the professor was saying when a heavy voice interrupted me.
So, Professor, you know all this from your successful businesses?
I turned around to see a cute guy in the back corner, leaning in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk.
Excuse me? I'm just saying, if you knew anything about marketing, you wouldn't be teaching.
They went back and forth for a while. My professor got angrier and angrier while the boy remained calm. I couldn't believe how rude he was, but I had to agree. He wasn't entirely wrong. After class, I decided to grab lunch at the college dining hall. I was finishing a sketch in my journal when that rude boy came behind me in line.
Is that meant for a unicorn?
Excuse me? So now you're a PhD in designing too?
That's designing? Let me show you something.
Listen, I don't know what your deal is, but you cannot insult. Before I could finish, he pulled out his phone and showed me a clothing website filled with plain black t-shirts, and they were listed at over $100 each.
This is my business.
These boring black tees? You could get these anywhere. He clicked a few apps and showed me his bank statements. The number almost made me fall backwards. How could this guy be making thousands of dollars selling regular old t-shirts? I don't get it. Why are you even taking classes?
What can I say? I'm a sucker for knowledge.
You're crazy.
Actually, I'm Eric, and you need a better teacher. Someone who knows how to make big bucks in real life and not some loser professor.
He went on to cut me in line and buy the cheapest thing on the menu. For a while, I avoided Eric like the plague. I didn't want my work associated with him. But the more I researched about his business, the more I realized I needed his expertise. He could sell t-shirts just from the hype alone. So that following week, I put my pride aside and asked him to tutor me. Little did I know, it would turn out to be my biggest mistake. He talked way too fast and laughed at all my questions. He even made me work the customer service line for his business to understand how businesses work. I complained about Eric to Caleb all day. He's so rude and mean. I don't even know how to deal with him.
Drop his classes then.
I can't do that. He's good at what he does, and I can genuinely learn so much from him.
Then take his attitude with a pinch of salt. Anyway, I have something that'll cheer you up. I want you to meet my parents.
I was shocked. I only ever saw his dad on billboards or on TV commercials. Being nervous was an understatement. We met them at an expensive Italian restaurant in town the next week. His dad stood up to shake my hand, but when I looked over his shoulder, I saw none other than my tutor sitting at the same table.
You must be Emma. We've heard great things.
Just then, Caleb saw Eric too, and he seemed mad.
What are you doing here? Not even a hello, brother?
Brother? My head spun in a million circles. Eric and Caleb? Brothers? Caleb looked ready to fight him until their father got in between them.
I invited him here, son. He's still family.
Caleb backed off, but I was still in shock. And to make matters worse, Eric pretended he'd never met me. Caleb's parents ordered me all kinds of delicious courses, but I couldn't find the stomach to eat anything. And after dinner, Caleb took me straight home and angrily drove off without saying goodbye. During our next tutoring session, I was still fuming when Eric walked up. Why didn't you tell me about your family?
You never asked. And besides, I didn't think we're that close.
What do you mean? You're related to my boyfriend and you…
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. You're not really his type, to be honest.
That's not the point. I can't deal with this. I'm leaving.
Wait, Emma, I'm sorry. I was just being a jerk.
I calmed down as Eric spoke that he had been estranged from his family for 2 years because he refused to take over the family business. His clothing line was a result of wanting to prove he could make something successful without being connected to them. Part of me understood. I still wanted to pursue my clothing line dream, even though Caleb said I didn't have to. When I told Eric, he didn't laugh, but he seemed impressed.
Take out your computer. You're making a website today.
Eric helped me create my website from scratch. As usual, he was going super fast and I scrambled to keep up. But when I looked in my laptop reflection and saw him laugh, he looked different to me, almost attractive. Snap out of it, Emma. He's your boyfriend's brother. My website was good, but for the first few days, I didn't get many orders. But I didn't lose hope and continued sketching and building my brand. I worked on them for days until one night I got a call from Caleb and he sounded a bit off. Want to talk about it?
Not really, but I have a surprise for you.
Caleb told me that he'd put my name in a small fashion show for new designers. I couldn't believe it. Oh, you really shouldn't have.
Yes, I should, and yes, I will. I've decided to be more supportive of your dream.
Thank you. I was over the moon that day, but when I told Eric, he didn't sound as impressed.
It's just a small show.
Yeah, but it's big for me. And maybe after this, I might actually get some customers. You will come to the show, won't you?
You're inviting me?
Well, you've helped me get this far. It would be rude of me not to. When the day came, I peered at the audience behind the curtain. I was blown away to see Eric sitting in the back row. I was glad he showed up. Too glad to admit. Once my models were ready, they were off strutting down the catwalk wearing my designs. Surprisingly, the audience went crazy. I walked out and bowed with the last model and then jumped into Caleb's arms. Behind his shoulder, Eric was watching and he looked irritated. By the time I made my way to the back of the room, Eric was gone. The show had tremendously boosted my sales. Caleb invited me to his parents' home to celebrate.
My brother will be there. Sorry.
Why do you hate him so much?
He's a total jerk. Anyone would kill to get my father's business, but he would rather do his own thing. Whatever. Joke's on him. I get the business now.
Caleb's words didn't sit right with me, but I kept it to myself. We got to his mansion, and my eyes instantly started searching for Eric, but he didn't show up. We were halfway into the party when Eric strode through the door with a girl.
Guess I wasn't missed. Mom, Dad, this is Angelica. My stomach turned. Since when did Eric have a girlfriend? By the looks on everyone's faces, they were thinking the same thing. Angelica's a model from New York. She has her own beauty brand. The more I watched them interact, the more I felt sick. It didn't make sense to me why I cared so much. Caleb, however, seemed to care for different reasons. That's so typical. Inviting people without asking Dad? Ugh, spare me for not being Dad's little saint. Suddenly, Caleb's dad flew into a rage, making Eric's date shrink away from the scene. That's enough, Eric. If you don't want to be part of this family, then stay out. Gladly, Father, gladly. He turned and left the party. I found myself following him. Eric, wait, I'm sure he didn't mean it. And you've known them for what, a week? Now you're an expert? I looked into his eyes and saw there was pain there, even though he tried to hide it. You do care. You act like you don't, but you do. His face was so tense, I thought he would snap. Instead, he sighed and turned away. Just leave me alone. Listen, I need to... As I rushed behind Eric, my toe caught on a bump in the sidewalk and the ground rushed up to me. When I sat up, my ankle was throbbing, and Eric swooped me up in his arms. As he carried me back, I couldn't stop myself from falling for him. I knew this was wrong. I was with Caleb, but Eric was so much kinder and helpful and sort of a jerk, but he was always there when I needed him. After that day, I decided to keep my distance from Eric. Caleb was my boyfriend, and I couldn't betray him. I spent my days working on making my business better, and one day, my brand ended up exploding all over social media. I had to investigate, so I went online and did some online digging. The root of it, I discovered, was none other than Eric's site where he'd promoted my line. He also left me an email in my inbox. I know you don't want any boosts or freebies, but us entrepreneurs have to stick together. Enjoy the extra press. You've worked hard and you deserve it. Sincerely, your tutor.
I wanted to find him and thank him, but Caleb told me he was leaving the country to open up a store in England, and he was taking off that night.
Good riddance.
You don't care that you'll never see your own brother again?
Not really, no. But why do you care so much?
I don't. I was just...
Wait, please, don't tell me you have feelings for my brother. You do, don't you?
Before I could say anything, Caleb snapped.
After I supported your dumb business, you went behind my back and cheated on me with my brother?
Caleb, I didn't cheat on you.
Ugh, it's smothered all over your face. Dad was right about you. You're classless and...
Shut up! You're the worst, Caleb. I had no idea you thought so low of me. But I'm glad you told me now. And by the way, eat bugs. We're done. I was horrified with how mean Caleb was. And after that day, I broke all ties with him. I tried calling Eric multiple times, but he never returned my call. So, I guess that was done too. Some months later, I opened up a popular boutique in the city, keeping Eric's note at the bottom of my register. I tried to keep my mind off him as best as I could, and decorated my office with selfies of my parents enjoying their vacation in Greece. One night, just as I was closing the boutique, I heard a voice behind me.
Does this come in amends?
Eric! I rushed and hugged him tight.
That's a reaction I could live for. Now tell me, do you have a size larger? I ate too many burgers in England.
Taking the shirt he was holding, I went into the back room and found a large for him to try on. He too handed me one of his overpriced t-shirts. How is it?
I feel like a unicorn. What about yours?
Oh, you know, feels like a regular old t-shirt. Laughing, he grabbed my shirt and pulled me in for a kiss. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck.
One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us. We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah! But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully. Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived. I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm gonna be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red.
What's wrong? Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is...
Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change.
No, leave it. You look good. Great.
When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row, looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. Tall, with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad. Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick. He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said,
I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead.
Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up, all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the third time, Miss Conrad called it a day. Kaylee, please go home and practice. Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face. Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me. Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised. That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star. Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us. Hey, Kaylee, ready to go? That's okay. I should really practice a little longer. I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself. Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here. He did he? How are you gonna get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool. My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm gonna stay here too, just for a bit to practice. I'll see you later, okay? Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home. He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand. Shall we? We practiced more and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close. His ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage. Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here. Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman. It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar. Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door. So do you like him or something? I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented. Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice? That's okay, I think I got it now. Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake. Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it? Cookies and cream, your favorite. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow? You know it. Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another,
"She was a little flat at the end."
I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf. Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good. Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself. Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform? Of course, because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on. I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice? Kaylee, I'm kind of busy. What if I really just need some space here, Kaylee. Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me. I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone? Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume. Kaylee, are you okay? I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said? Sing from your heart? Exactly. Just do that. I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me? Of course. And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me.
I'd never drop you, and even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you.
Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that?
Places, please, students, places.
Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink.
Knock 'em dead, superstar.
You too. As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause, a standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it! That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back. Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you.
Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you.
You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear.
And I always will be, if you let me.
I turned to look directly in his eyes.
Kaylee, I have to tell you.
Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir Competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I, got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were gonna tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. I'm just a normal high school student and have the most normal, boring life of anyone I know. All the other kids at school got to do exciting things during spring break. Sarah B. traveled to Prague with her family. Kara got to go to Cancun. Priyanka went skydiving. The most interesting thing I did was clean up my dog Lulu's poop. But it wasn't anyone's fault but mine. Sure, it's true, my parents couldn't afford to take me on fancy trips like that. They only ran a restaurant together and all their money went back into the business, and they needed me to help out after school. But the truth is, they would have let me do anything I wanted, but I was too scared. I could never go skydiving or even flying to another country like Prague. My whole life, I had been scared of everything, and I was sick of it. Just once, I wished I could go on an adventure of my own, but I had to look at everyone else having a great life through Instagram. And sometimes I couldn't even look at their photos because my stupid phone was constantly acting up. I was telling Kara all this while we picked up our food at lunch, and she said, "Well, if you're too scared to do anything, you can't really complain about not doing anything. Not to be harsh, but it's your life. You're the one who has to live it." You know what, Kara? You're right. The next time I get an opportunity to do something fun or crazy or scary, I'll do it. With a newfound determination, I shook Kara's hand. But when I sat down, I sat on my phone and saw that it was dialing some random number. I held it to my ear, but there was only a strange static sound, but it seemed to be mostly okay. After school, my friend Kara and I were at my parents' restaurant studying for the history test. I don't know why you don't like this place. I'd be so happy if my parents had a restaurant and I could eat free breadsticks every day. You're eating free breadsticks now. A man came into the restaurant just then. He wasn't like our usual customers. He had a nice suit on and dark sunglasses. It seemed like he was looking for someone. His eyes landed on me and I looked down at my textbook. It was none of my business. Kara nudged me, and when I looked up again, the man was standing right in front of our booth.
Agent Dark, I'm Agent West. I need you to come with me.
I stared at him, dumbfounded. Was this a prank?
Please, Agent Dark, we don't have much time.
My name is Allison.
No real names. In case one of us is captured, the less we know about each other, the better.
My heart was pounding. Was this guy for real? None of what he was saying made any sense. Agent Dark and I were just finishing up. She's ready now. What? I couldn't believe it. Why would she do that? She kicked me under the table and looked at me as if to say, "What are you waiting for? He looks like a Greek god." "Would you excuse us, sir?" She dragged me up and pulled me to the corner. "This is your big chance. Adventure, no fear. You said you would take your next opportunity, remember?" "I didn't mean this. I don't know anything about being a spy or fighting. I'm boring, remember? That's the only thing anyone knows about me. And guess what? It's true." "Yeah, but that's not what you want. This is it, Allie. You either go and do this thing with this random, beautiful Greek god of a man, or you stay boring and safe forever. Remember, in life, nothing changes unless you change it." Maybe she was right. It was time to do something crazy, to finally step out of my comfort zone. I stood up. My mom glanced over from me from the kitchen window. "Are you leaving, honey? Why don't you and your friends take some breadsticks with you?" I grabbed the sticks and nodded to Agent West, who led me out of the restaurant by the hand. A black car was waiting for us outside. We both got into the back seat, and the car rolled out of the parking lot. I couldn't see the driver. There was a partition separating the front of the car from the back. Agent West breathed a sigh of relief.
"We were so glad to finally get your signal. We thought you were captured, or worse."
"What signal?"
"The access code. You called in yesterday. The numbers you put in. We know it was you. Don't try to back out now."
I thought hard. What code? What numbers? But then I remembered yesterday when I was eating lunch in the cafeteria. I sat on my phone. The butt dial. That was totally random, though. What were the odds that I sat on my phone in just the right way to dial a secret number and enter the correct 16-digit secret password? Maybe I should buy lottery tickets. Agent West was quiet for most of the ride. I had a million questions, but I was afraid if I opened my mouth, the truth would spill out, and my adventure would be over before it started. Finally, the car slowed down and parked. I stopped and stared as I got out. We were in the circle drive of a mansion, not one of those fake McMansions either. Like a real, gigantic, beautiful palace. It looked like royalty lived there, or at least a really wealthy athlete. Agent West removed something draped over a hanger from the trunk and held it out to me.
"Put this on."
I ducked into the back seat and changed as fast as I could. Thankfully, the partition was still up and the windows were almost as black as the paint. When I emerged, Agent West's jaw dropped. I was in a glittering blue dress. I didn't have a mirror, but judging by Agent West's expression, the dress must have looked pretty good. "Everything all right?" He pulled himself together and we approached the entrance.
"Your mission is to distract the ambassador. That'll give me time to crack the safe and steal the device."
"Distract him how?"
"I'm sure you'll think of something."
If anything, the inside was even more gorgeous. Spiral staircase, crystal chandelier, guests in glamorous attire all around.
"That's the ambassador over there."
A small man with a mean, pinched face sipped champagne by himself in the corner. "I don't think I can do this. I'm just a student. I'm not trained." Agent West took my hands.
"Don't panic. They wouldn't have chosen you for this mission if they didn't know you were capable. Besides, I believe in you."
I gulped. It was nice to hear, but was it really me he believed in, or just the person he thought I was? Taking a closer look at him, Agent West didn't seem to be much older than I was,
But how could a high school freshman be an international spy? Maybe he just looked young. Then it clicked. I knew what I had to do to make it through this mission. From this moment on, I would pretend to be the person they thought I was. If she was brave, poised and confident and quick on her feet, then I would be too. I nodded to Agent West and he slipped away. I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing server's tray. I started walking, took a sip. I immediately spit it out. Gross. I set the glass down on another server's tray and walked right up to the ambassador. He stared at me grumpily. I smiled back, but I didn't know what to say. Was I supposed to introduce myself? Suddenly, I was mad. Agent West had left me here by myself with no preparation and no plan. At a strange place surrounded by strange new people? How did I even know he was who he said he was? Maybe he worked for the bad guys. Who were the bad guys? I stopped and took a breath. I didn't think he worked for the bad guys. Remember, I told myself, you're not Allie, a boring, ordinary freshman at Claremont High. You're Agent Dark, international spy extraordinaire. Breadstick? I offered a breadstick from my purse. The ambassador's angry face broke into a delighted smile.
Don't mind if I do.
A little while later, Agent West appeared and pulled me away from the ambassador. I had done such a good job charming him that he seemed disappointed to see me leave. He even wanted me to meet his daughter. Agent West and I snuck out onto the balcony. The city lights sparkled in front of us. I got it. I didn't even know what it was, but I was happy the mission was a success.
You were incredible tonight, Agent Dark. I couldn't have done it without you.
That made me feel even better. Like maybe I wasn't here by mistake, and I was capable. Can't you tell me your real name? You already know mine.
I'm Zane.
Nice to meet you, Zane. The sounds of the party were faint. Here on the balcony, it was quiet. Just me and Agent West, Zane. He peered into my eyes. My heart began to pound. He leaned in to kiss me. An alarm went off just before our lips met. It was a deafening wail. There were shouts inside, people scrambling everywhere.
We have to go.
He hopped off the balcony railing onto some vines climbing up the mansion wall. I froze. That didn't look very stable. I looked down at the distant gravel below. Then I heard more shouting inside. It sounded angry. I glanced through the sliding glass doors. 2 burly security guards noticed me. One pointed right at me, and they hurried toward the glass. I turned back to Agent West. He held out his hand. The security guards were almost there. I took another deep breath. Remember, Allie, what would Agent Dark do? Just as the security guards crashed through the doors, I took Agent West's hand. Agent West walked me to my front door. We stood on the steps, both quiet and giddy from our close call.
Thanks for everything, Allison. You're even more impressive than your reputation.
That's right. Take that, Agent Dark. Call me Allie.
Good night, Allie.
Good night, Zane. When I finally went back to school the next day, I felt a new sense of confidence. All my fears were gone. While Priyanka and Sarah B talked about their adventures skydiving or going to Prague, I had to keep my mouth shut and just pretend like I was jealous. They would never know that I got to be a secret spy. At least Kara knew. And I looked amazing in that dress. Speaking of, that dress was too nice to wear only once. I decided to go to the dance with it. When I got there, everyone was buzzing in the halls. I had no clue what all the commotion was about. And then, there he was, Zane, in a tux and a vest.
You look familiar.
I glared at him. I wasn't sure I was in the mood for jokes when I hadn't heard a word from him in weeks. You know, you could have texted or called or sent a flying pigeon or something.
I know. I'm sorry I just disappeared like that. I had to go radio silent until the heat died down. I was afraid if I contacted you, I might put you in danger.
Yeah, well, I like danger, don't you know? I've jumped off balconies. I think I can handle a phone call. As mad as I am, I have to say, I'm glad to see you and I'm happy you're safe.
Well, I appreciate that. I know I'm probably too late, but I wanted to ask you, just in case.
I waited, nervous. Did he need me for another mission? I wasn't sure I was ready for that kind of excitement again so soon. Especially considering we'd almost been caught last time. What would have happened to me if I hadn't taken the leap off that balcony? Jail? Worse? I was okay with life being a little boring sometimes.
Do you have a date for the dance?
Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I saw him at school the next day. I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
"Honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy."
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home, but we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
"Tell them it's not true."
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that?
Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry."
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
"Are you coming?"
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
"You said you liked my poems."
"I did."
"They're not poems, they're songs."
"Oh, can I hear one?"
"I've never played for anyone before."
"You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention." He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
"Are you okay?"
"I have to move." His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. "What are you thinking?"
"It's selfish."
"It's okay. Tell me."
"You're the only one who sees me."
"Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful."
"I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone."
"Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you." He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
"I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away."
"I know." We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy."
"You can just decide to be happy?"
"Yep. Why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out." He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
"What do you want to do?"
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music.
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew.
Hi, my name is Tessa, and I'm from Manhattan. I was only 2 when my dad left me and my mom and ran away with some random chick from his office. Of course, he was a jerk, so I never missed him, and Mom loved me to bits, making sure I never needed to. When I turned 5, she put me in school, and I was super excited for my first day when something shocking happened.
Hey friends, my mom packed me this super delicious food. Do you want to share?
I moved forward with the lunchbox in my hand when I accidentally fell, and the entire box ended up on a girl's face. Melissa.
You are gone. No one messes with Melissa.
But before she could charge me, I picked up her lunch and dumped it all over my face.
See? Now we're even. Do you want to be friends now?
Melissa looked at me in complete shock, but then she came and hugged me.
Yeah, your lunch tastes super delicious. Besties forever?
And that's how Mel and I became best friends. After that, we always hung out together, and I had a blast all through our school years until we reached high school. We thought it was going to be super fun, but on the very first day, something shocking happened. Again. There was a huge crowd gathered in the parking lot, and Mel, who was super curious about almost everything, started pulling me. Come on, let's go see what's going on. When we reached there, we saw a bunch of kids dancing, but they looked so funny.
What the heck is that? You call that a dance? I could walk better than that.
Suddenly, he got down from the old Mustang he was sitting on and emptied an entire can of soda over the kid's head.
You freshmen suck. You have no skills or talent. How are you going to survive the competition?
God, what a jerk. I felt like punching him in the face, but before I could do that, Mel did it.
Hey, do you think you're very cool picking on these kids?
Oh, no, Melissa, not now. This is no time to be a hero. Let's get going. I tried to pull her back, but she shook my hand off and said,
If you really want to mess, then pick on someone your own size, you jerk.
Oh, and you think you're my competition, dwarf?
Well, yeah, Mel was a little small, but he was so out of line. Hey, get your filthy hands off my friend right now, or
what? You gonna kill me with your cuteness, lovely?
What the frickin' penguin? I was so gonna kill him, but then suddenly someone screamed that the principal was coming and all the kids ran away. The jerk got out of my hands just in time, but this wasn't over. Then a few days later, while I was on my way home from school, I heard some weird noises coming from the school backyard. I went ahead to check and saw a super cute kitten stuck on the roof of the shed. I immediately grabbed a ladder and climbed it. Hey, little friend, I got you. No worries. You can come with. Whoa! Suddenly, my foot slipped, and I thought I was gonna open my eyes in the hospital. But just then, someone caught me.
Gotcha.
It was the same jerk from the parking lot. His name was Tyler, and he was kinda cute up close, but ew! Still a bully. Get your hands off me. I don't need your help.
Well, in that case, get your hands off Julie. I don't want you holding her either.
Julie?
Yeah, my kitten. I saved her from some wild dogs a week back and made a shed for her to live in here. I'm here to feed her, but what are you doing here?
OMG, I couldn't believe a jerk like him would even care about a kitten. Well, it was none of my business, but then I saw him feeding her chocolates. Hey, no, stop. You can't give her that. You'll make her sick. I took out some leftover scrambled eggs from my lunch and gave it to her. Tyler sighed with relief and told me I could feed her if I wanted to. Well, that was awesome. I loved cats. But I wasn't sure why he was being nice to me. Was this some prank? A few days later, I saw Tyler doing the most unexpected things.
While the other kids ran around splashing their feet in some spilled water, Tyler helped the janitor with her brooms and trolley, and I was shocked to see this side of him. But then he saw me and walked over to me. "Thanks for helping me with Julie the other day. Here, I got this for you." "Oh, you didn't have to. Wait, this smells funny." I opened the box and a stinky smelling fish liquid fell out of it all over my hands. Ew! Ugh, jerk. What was with this guy? I hated him. Then a few days later, as I went to see the little kitten, I was shocked to see Tyler sitting there all sad. "Tyler, what's wrong? Why are you so sad?"
I'm not sad. You're hallucinating. Now, go away if you don't want any more fish oils all over your hands.
You're a bad liar. I can tell you're hurting. Now tell me why.
It's nothing. Get away from me. I don't need your pity.
I'm not pitying you. I'm just worried about you, as a friend. But he didn't say a word and looked at me super mad. I didn't want to trouble him more, so I started walking away, but then he held my hand.
"It's my mom."
He told me his mom was very sick and he couldn't afford the medication costs. "Oh, Tyler, it's gonna be fine. Don't worry. I'll help you with the money." But before he could reply, Mel came screaming at me.
"Really, Tess? You're gonna fall for his lies? Look at him. Do you think he's someone who needs help? He's a jerk and he's just playing you."
"Mel, listen." But she just grabbed my hand and rushed me out of there. "Mel, stop."
"No, you stop.
He's just trying to trick you to get money for his expenses. You think he's all innocent. Well, you should know. He stole money from me the other day and he even threatened me to keep my mouth shut or he'd hurt me." Oh my God. I couldn't believe my ears. I never thought Tyler could do that, but Mel would never lie to me. This was insane. Now I had no choice but to accept that he was just a bully who was trying to fool me, and I had to keep my distance from him. Days passed by and I didn't see him around anymore, and for some reason I was starting to miss him. But then soon it was my birthday and Mel threw me a grand surprise party in the school cafeteria. I was super excited to see all the decorations, but then I saw Tyler standing at the distance and he had a little box in his hand. Before I could walk towards him, Mel came rushing to me and introduced me to a guy. "Hey, Tess, look, it's Ron. He bought you the handbag by your favorite designer that you love so much. How about you both go on a date tonight?" "Huh? Yeah, cool." Well, I wasn't really focused on what she was saying because I wanted to talk to Tyler. But by the time I looked at him again, he was gone. I followed him out and asked him what was going on.
"Nothing. It's nothing."
"Hey, it's okay if you want to say something, or, it's my birthday."
"Oh, is it? Well, it's not a national festival that I should know about. I mean, what's the big deal, really? You're just getting old."
"Tyler?"
"You should just go back and enjoy it with your super rich friends and their expensive gifts, Tess."
He just went away without even listening to me. Ugh, I was so pissed at him now. Mel was right. He was a jerk. Later that day, as I was going to my class, I heard a bunch of kids shouting in the hallway. I went in to check, and I was shocked to see Tyler there. He was standing in front of my locker, and it was open. "You thief! How dare you try to steal things from my best friend's locker? I'm gonna report you to the principal right away."
"I wasn't stealing."
"Oh, really? Then how do you explain this open locker? Now don't tell me she gave you the key herself."
"Look, you witch."
"Enough, Tyler!" I slapped him hard in the face. "I'm done with taking a stand for you, thinking you're a good person. And don't you dare say a word to my friend." He looked at me in complete shock, and his eyes all red, like he was gonna kill me, but he just ran away. After all the kids went back to their classes, I looked into my locker, and there I found the same little box I saw in Tyler's hands earlier. I opened it, and there was a super cute necklace in there. And that's when I felt a stinging pain in my chest, like I had done something wrong. He wasn't stealing, he was just leaving a gift there for me. I immediately ran looking for Mel to tell her that Tyler wasn't stealing anything. But then, what she said shocked me. Yeah, I know he wasn't, but he deserved a lesson. Remember how he humiliated us in the beginning? I had to get back at him. Mel, what are you saying? You lied? I didn't lie, Tess. He's a thief. I've heard kids telling me how he stole from them. Heard? But you said he stole from you. Yeah, I said it because you wouldn't have believed it unless it was from me. OMG, I can't believe you. You lied to me, Mel. Yeah, because you were too blind to see that he is a jerk. No, he isn't. You are. You framed an innocent person and made him look like the bad guy. And you know what? If he was really a jerk, he'd have slapped us right in front of everyone after the way we humiliated him. But he held back. He held back, Mel. Ugh, I can't believe you. I stormed out of there in anger and Mel kept running after me. But I didn't have time. I had to find Tyler. I asked some of the kids around school where he was, and they told me he worked at some restaurant after school. I ran there as fast as I could, and when I reached there, I saw some fat guy screaming his lungs out at Tyler.
I don't pay you to roam around free, Tyler. Get those plates moving, otherwise forget your payment this month, and then you can find some other way to pay for your mother's hospital bills.
OMG, he wasn't lying about his mom. I was so stupid to doubt him. Suddenly, I had tears running down my eyes, and that's when he saw me.
Tess, what are you doing here? Why are you crying? Did someone say something to you? Tell me what happened.
But I said nothing and just hugged him. Oh, Tyler, I'm so sorry. I was so horrible to you. You did nothing, but I still doubted you. I was so wrong. Please forgive me.
Hey, it's okay. It's fine. You don't have to cry.
But why did you do that? Why did you put up with what I did in front of everyone?
Because I like you, Tess. I always kept acting funny and crazy to hide my sorrows, but you saw right through me. And honestly, I hated it at first, but then you offered to help me without asking for anything in return. And I couldn't help but fall for you.
Then why didn't you tell me?
I tried, but then I saw you all happy with your friends and those gifts and things I could never give you. So I thought it was best that I stayed away from you.
Oh, Tyler, I don't want any riches or gifts or those fake friends. I want you. I want this.
You wore it?
Of course I did, dummy. 'Cause I love you.
I love you too, Tess.
I felt goosebumps on my skin as I climbed the seemingly endless flight of stairs. I was cursing myself for this stupid idea. There were definitely better ways to surprise my girlfriend, but it was her birthday and she did adore horror movies. That's why I decided to prepare a surprise candlelight dinner in a creepy, abandoned hospital at night. As soon as I stepped onto the third floor, the door closed behind me with a bang. And that should have been my first warning to give up on this ridiculous idea because things were about to get real crazy. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to protect yourself from getting into crazy situations. I pushed the door to check if I was locked in, but thankfully I wasn't. With shaking hands, I messaged Taylor. Hey babe, I'm waiting. Winky face. I suddenly panicked. Damn it, no! I'd sent it to my boyfriend, Oliver, instead. I immediately unsent it and sent Taylor another message. Hopefully Oliver hadn't seen it. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching. I called out, Babe? Taylor? Is anyone here? Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I almost passed out. I heard laughter. Taylor? I yelled. Babe, don't do that. You nearly scared me to death. She answered.
And who told you about this venue?
I told her that I thought she'd love it, but then she caressed my cheek and said,
I do, but you don't.
My heart fluttered. My girlfriend was such a stud. Just as we sat down to eat, we heard a blood-curdling scream. Taylor got up and dashed out of the room to check it out, and I followed. We went into a room at the end of the hall, and we saw a guy looking out the window. Thinking it was a ghost, I hid behind Taylor. She called to him.
Who are you? What do you want?
The guy replied,
My phone. I dropped my phone. Damn it.
I gasped. His voice sounded familiar. Oh no, it couldn't be. But then he turned, and I almost wanted to jump out of the window myself. It was Oliver. I asked, What are you doing here? He replied,
You told me to come.
The blood drained from my face as Taylor turned to me. Thankfully, everyone was suddenly distracted when Oliver said,
We have one little problem, guys. We're stuck.
Taylor shouted,
What do you mean we're stuck?
Panicking, I ran